What up, chat? Ping the Discord. How we doing, y'all? What is... Oh, wow. I swear to God that wasn't on purpose, bro. I swear. I swear that just kind of slipped out, dog. That literally just perfect timing. Perfect timing, bro. Ew. You know what, Ryan? As long as it disgusted you, that was a successful burp. How we doing, y'all? It's 4:30 a.m. Skill issue. Honestly, getting a different time zone. I just got a notification from one of your YouTube videos. Hell yeah. Oh, that extra... Oh, fuck. I can't do it right now. I keep forgetting. I want to post shorts right when I go live. And I just keep forgetting. Hey, Cree's in here. Cree, thank you for resubscribing for 20 months. Oh my God. I think Cree takes the cake for my longest subscribed Twitch viewer. Literally been subscribed for 23 months, committing to resubscribing for 20 months. That's insane, bro. Thank you, Cree. I hope you're having fun at your big girl job. How's everybody doing? My cat had surgery a few days ago. She's doing all right, but still pissy, bro. I rue the day. Knock on wood, it never comes, but I feel like it'll just happen naturally. Beans is gonna be such an asshole whenever he has to like wear a cone or something like that. Like, I just know my little idiot, bro. I really do. You want to know how much of a diva he is? This morning we went out because I take him on walks in the morning. I've talked about this before. One of the first things I usually have to do right when I wake up is I have to poop. I have to poop. I woke up this morning, didn't have to poop. I was like, okay, interesting. Change in pace. I go out, I get my coffee together. Beans is meowing up a storm because he wants to go outside. I'm like, fine, you know what? Normally I would poop before I go outside, but I was like, all right, I'm not feeling it. So like, I'll just take him out for his like 15 to 30 minutes. Dude, we get out there. It must have been the coffee. Like within 5 minutes of being out there, I have to go to the bathroom, and I have to go to the bathroom now. So I pick up Beans. I take him inside. Bro, he threw the biggest fit because it's not like he could understand like, hey, bro, dad just got to get his business done and then we're going back outside. He threw the biggest fucking fit. And like, I'm like trying to fucking poop, and he's like he does this thing where he can wiggle out of his harness, but like it scares me because he like low-key chokes himself for like the minute or two that it takes him to like get out of the harness. So I'm like getting down to business, and he's fucking choking himself on some BDMS shit. BDSM shit. Yeah, those are the right acronyms. And I'm like, just what? Like, I can, like, it's like he's doing it because he's like, hey, dad, fuck you for only 5 minutes of outside time. It doesn't matter that you were about to shit your pants. No. Let me stand, because I poop with my doors open. Hey, let me stand in the doorway and fucking choke myself with my harness while you can't do anything because you're dispelling your feces. And I was like, I hate you. I hate you because you can't understand me when I tell you we're gonna go back outside. We're gonna go back outside, bro. But no, he just throws the biggest fit and then stares at me after like a 1 minute self-choking session. It's not a minute. It's maybe like 15 seconds. And he probably can breathe perfectly fine, but it looks to me like he's choking himself. And I was like, dude, I'm sorry. On some bean shit. BDSM beans. No, for real. I was like, dude. And then like, I put it back on him. We go outside and he's all like, oh, it's okay. Like, just no remorse for his overreaction, bro. I was like, dude, what is wrong with you? He's such a diva, man. He's such a diva, but I love him. Such a diva. Bean DSM. Oh, y'all got jokes today, chat. Y'all got fucking jokes today. I'm at a convention today, so I can't sit on stream. No worries, Basil of Nagi. Enjoy the convention. What kind of convention you at? He really is a diva, bro. He runs this household. And you want to know the crazy part, chat? I felt bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I know I'm experiencing Stockholm Syndrome IRL with my cat. Like, God forbid I have to take a shit and you know, cut his outside time short, even though we made up for it and then some afterwards. God forbid. Like, I felt bad. I was like, I was about to shit. Like, when I have to poop, y'all, it's not something I can hold. Like, I eat so much fiber, it was like, dude, you have to get to a toilet within the next 5 to 10 minutes, or you're gonna shit your pants. Like, that is how I operate. God forbid I as the person who pays the rent around here, go and take a shit instead of shitting my pants. And then he makes me feel bad. I might be in a toxic relationship with my cat, low-key. Poop on your own time. You know what? That's so fair. But bro, Beans gets like low-key aggressive in the mornings. I'm not scared of him, but like I'm scared that he's gonna get aggressive. Cause he, like, as soon as I wake up, he doesn't care about me feeding him. He wants to go outside. Like, one of these days, y'all, I'll record it. I will record it. He sits by the front door and he meows. And then if I'm not, like, fast enough, he'll, like, hover by my legs and, like, nip at me. And I'm like, dude, let me poop. One of these days, chat, I'll show you. He's a genuine terrorist. But I love him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love my little terrorist. Nico, thank you for the €6 dono. You always say to get something nice for your partner before donating. Well, I got my boyfriend MCR tickets. Bro, I'm so fucking I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Where are my MCR tickets? You know what? Fuck your partner. Fuck your boyfriend. Where are my MCR tickets? No, I'm just playing. Thank you for the €6 dono. I hope you guys enjoy MCR. Sick invite. Just, you know, not even salty about that. Draco Stars resubscribing for 1 month at tier 1 and dropping 300 bits. Thank you, Draco. I appreciate you. If you guys got... No, sorry. Cree just gifted a 1 month tier 1 sub to PB. PB, I know you have good manners, but in case you didn't, make sure to say thank you to Cree, all right? Cree, it's always good to see your name in here, bro. Beans pays his rent by showing his booty hole on camera. That's so fair, actually. I know that's why you guys actually are gifting subs. Cree's out here just fucking gifting subs for Beans' booty hole. Hey, what up, M? Currently in possession of the West Point mascot for top secret reasons. Oh, damn. Okay. Who pooping while watching the Sarby? You know what? I hope your guys' poops come out nice and smooth. All right? Eat your fiber. Chad, I'm not gonna lie, eating fiber has kind of been like a low-key, super helpful move in my life. All right? I've never been more regular. My tummy has never felt better. And I'm kind of dropping weight fast, Chad. All right? My weigh-in yesterday was like 184.4. And at the beginning of June, I was 192. All right? Listen, I'm not saying it's all because of the fiber, but the fiber definitely helps. Sarby, you are the freeloader in Beans' house? All right, fuck. My bad. My bad. You know what? I should be shitting in the litter box, and he should be pooping in the toilet. You're right. You're right. My bad, chat. That's on me for real, for real. He losing his juicy ass. Oh, no. Y'all, I run too much to lose my juicy ass, all right? The juicy ass is here to stay. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said about my poop. I got you. Of course I did, Benny. I knew you had good manners like that, PB. YouTube on 14 likes? Damn, 15 now. YouTube, you guys kind of slacking, low-key. Guys, if you haven't liked up the stream yet, please do so. That'd be greatly appreciated. We'll get started here in a second, y'all. Plan for the stream, by the way, guys. So I am recording, and by the way, ads are starting in a second here. Just a heads up. Sorry, guys. We'll probably start reading after the ads. Goal of the stream, we have some Am I the Devil stories that I want to finish up for the 15 most upvoted Am I the Devil video. We'll wrap those up. And then not wrap those up. We'll probably read for like 2.5 hours ish. And then I also have a bunch of video. Oh, sorry. I gotta switch screens. I have a bunch of videos I want to react to. So I saw this video and I'm actually very interested in this one. I don't know if you guys saw this. But I'm very curious about this because my impression about people who like sell courses and stuff is like low-key a bunch of them are A, lying, B, if not lying, severely like not twisting, how do I say this? They're deceptively presenting their results. And then 3 on top of that, most of them are just complete and utter bullshit. There are very few people, because I bought some courses in my day. There are very few people I bought courses from that actually have effective courses. So I'm very curious to watch. We're going to react to this video. And then it was funny, y'all. I was looking for some TikToks to react to. And I found this girl's video. And her series is called My Crazy Ex from Hell. And there are 36 episodes. So I was like, hey, yo, what if we started from episode 1 and just saw exactly how crazy from hell her ex is? I thought that would be fun. We can cook through. She has 36 videos, bro. I'm so curious about this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so curious about this, y'all. So yeah, that's the plan for today. I don't think we're gonna get through all 36 of these videos, but we can at least start. We can at least start and get the vibe. That's the plan for today, chat. Half the time it's just a course about how to sell courses, no better than MLMs. Listen, I think it's so funny, y'all, because I don't know if you guys saw my Ludwig video kind of popped. Like, it unfortunately is getting more views than my regular reading Reddit videos right now. Dude, the amount of people who want me to continue making content like this kind of blows my mind. Now, I actually think I know enough where I could sell a course, but I feel like anybody, unless I got bored of making content, I wouldn't sell a course on this. Because I'd much rather do the thing that makes me money rather than sell a course on the thing that makes me money. You know? Like, I'd much rather just enjoy it. I'd much rather do, like, this is why, like, big creators, I feel like, don't make courses. Because most of them just want to do the thing. Like, unless they're, like, a money-hungry creator who just, like, fucking Jake Paul. If they just want to make a ridiculous amount of money really quick, I'm just like, what's the fucking point? Who be gifted? Nonchalant Bust Down. Thank you for the gifted sub. If you guys got a gifted sub from Nonchalant Bust Down, make sure to say thank you, all right? I think Beans will do a course to other cats on how to manipulate their owners. Okay. So, that was a little mean. You're right, though. LOL, my cat's watching on YouTube while I watch on Twitch. W Miss Drevis and her cat. You better give that Kibby a treat for me. Just sell Beans videos? Damn. You know what? That would be good monetization. I've debated starting a Patreon, but I just can't think of anything that I would deem worth paying for. You know? Because I don't want to do extra or like behind paywall content. I don't think that... I would much rather, if I'm going to make reading Reddit videos, I'd much rather just have those videos be out in public. I could maybe start like a podcast by myself, but that seems kind of dumb and pointless. And another thing that I just want to put the content out, you know? I'll go put you on TV for Waffles to watch. Shout out Waffles. They're shut out of the office because I'm working. I get that, Raya. I sometimes have to shut Beans out of the office, especially early in the morning when he's super hyper. Waffles loves Ben. I would love to meet Waffles, bro. I have 1,200 photos to sort and edit. Oh my God, bro. Professional photographer Raya. Damn, we got hella waffles in chat. What the fuck? We got Raya's waffle. We got Kid waffle. I actually really appreciate creators who give advice to smaller creators without expecting a payment for it. I mean, my YouTube video got me paid. It made me like 150 bucks. I'm not mad. You know? Here's the thing. I think the only thing that you should pay for when it comes for creator advice is access. I think all the information is out there. Like, if you spend, and I genuinely mean this, like, put a timer, buy a timer that only tracks the time that you spend doing this thing. If you go on YouTube and you watch YouTube videos on how to succeed on YouTube, I have no doubt in my mind that you could figure it out. If you put in 20 hours of solid research, note-taking, studying, experimenting, and then you took action on that. I truly believe that. Now, the part that I actually think might be worth paying for, and that I would consider in the future, but not for like small people. I'm talking like, if somebody with a lot of money came to me and was like, I would like you to consult on my YouTube channel, I would actually heavily consider that. But it would just be very expensive because it would have to be worth it to offset my time that I spend on my personal YouTube channel on something like that. But if it's not that, then I'll just make a video every once in a while. I'll answer questions in chat. But I think that would actually be worth it because and here's the thing, y'all. Here's the little tidbit for you guys. If any of you guys are creators, you don't have to pay for something like that. You just have to make the right friends. So I always talk about this. Shout out my friend Meds. He doesn't make videos anymore. But Meds, we connected through a Discord server. And at the time, he was running a Minecraft channel that was pulling like, I want to say like 10 to 15 million views a month. And he was making like $35,000 a month off of it. And he was just super nice and generous. He was like, hey, let me like, you know, screen share your screen and let's go through your analytics. And we did that. And he just was like, oh, hey, notice this? You need to do this differently. Hey, you see that? You need to do that differently. Like, that is just, honestly, y'all, I wanted to record it for you guys, but my fucking IRL phone was broken. I did that for J-Bro. J-Bro actually has like a semi-successful YouTube channel. And I just went in his analytics and I was like, oh, you see that? Like, that means that you need to keep doing that. Oh, hey, you see this drop off at the beginning? That means your intros aren't good enough. Hey, you notice how a bunch of people drop off in the last minute of your video? It's because you're doing an outro or you're like dragging on the end of the video. You need to chop it right there. So that's the only thing that I think is actually worth paying for if you have the money, is like pay a bigger YouTuber who knows analytics to help you with that. Or make friends with YouTubers who are willing to go and looking through your stuff. Sarby yapping about analytics while we're all calling him short in chat. What do you mean, bro? I'm 7'6". Sarby hates short people confirmed. Just so. That's it. Everybody else I have an appreciation for. I mean, I can't even lie. My girlfriend's pretty short. I'm also not gonna lie, y'all. Kai did not shit on me enough for being short. She made like 2 jokes. She could have milked that shit. She could have milked that shit. What up, Sammy? So afraid of making friends with content creators nowadays. It's not as bad as you think. You just gotta, honestly, y'all, I'm gonna be real. Don't make friends with TikTokers. Don't make friends with short form creators. I don't know what it is, bro. All the short form creators that I have met, I either got bad vibes from and or they have proven that they're bad vibes. All of my friends that I fuck with very heavily are like YouTubers. And honestly, too, a lot of them are nerds, bro. Like, if you're into that YouTube shit, you don't have time to, like, be a bad person most of the time. Obviously, there's certain cases where that is proven wrong, but, like, let me run down the list. Like, I guess you could consider Kai one as well, because Kai's mainly a streamer. I think that's just an exception, low-key, but, like, Kai, my friend Meds, my friend Dakota, shout out Dakota, Ali Tricasso, like, genuinely great human being. I don't know why, but I've had much more luck being good friends with, like, YouTubers versus fucking, like, TikTokers. TikTokers, they just have this, like, mindset, and the fame is so fast and big. Like, I think it just goes to their head, bro. I think it just goes to their head. Two of the students I was with yesterday were familiar with Sarby. That's crazy. Because it takes no effort to make a short form content. I mean, it depends on the content. Let's be honest. But I think long form creators, like, if I'm being completely honest, and this might be mean of me to say, long form creators are just way less lazy. I'm not saying that it doesn't take effort to make short form content. It just takes less effort. And I'm saying this as a streamer, right? Like, I don't think my content is like the highest effort in the world, but like, I go live for like 3 hours at a time on average. You know? You can make a TikTok in 10 minutes. They were like, how do you know him? And I was like, little bro, that's my homie. I'm trying to imagine that coming out of your mouth, Raya. My 10-year-old wants to be a YouTuber so bad. Gotta wait, my little dudeling. Yeah, I definitely recommend waiting on that. But that being said, like, they're telling me you should start doing research. I feel like it's not hard. There's just a learning curve. And like, it just takes people more time or less time, depending on like how adept they are at like following that learning curve. Like for me, I don't think I was that smart when it came to YouTube stuff, but I was just willing to do it as long as it took. Like that's I fucking made YouTube videos for years without any success. As an animator, the short form content is definitely less effort. Yeah, as an animator, like, I don't even think content is what you should pursue. You know? Like, if you're an animator, I think you need, like, a actual studio job, you know? Like, that one to me isn't worth becoming a content creator, because animators really need to be, like, hired by, like, a movie studio for that to be full-time. Full-time animation is one of the hardest things in the world, I think. Unless you're doing AI, which I'm guessing you're not. Honestly, Media Master, I'm gonna be so real with you. It's really not that hard to make a viral short form clip. It's really not. You just have to pay attention. Like, honestly, y'all, like, when I was doing TikTok and Instagram as my main platforms, all you have to do is pay attention to, like, a trend happening, like a funny trend or whatever. And then you have to be able to figure out, because all a trend is a formula. You have to plug and play certain jokes or relatable things into those trends, and then you're off to the races. It's not hard. It's really not. You just have to do enough of them, and it will go viral. Like, I know I'm saying that as somebody who, like, does this for a living and has been obsessed with it for years, but I genuinely think you can break down short form content to just having a good hook and then having enough content in there that's interesting that keeps them for as long as the clip is. That's all that it is. It's literally a formula. Maybe people are more focused on being on TikTok / Instagram, because I've seen a lot of YouTubers I follow get screwed over by the YouTube partnership program. I mean, what kind of niche are you talking about, Kree? Because, like, are you talking about the people who make a lot of, like, AI content? Because, like, honestly, I'm going to be real. The YouTube partnership program is awesome. Compared to any other program that any other platform has, the YouTube partnership program is by far the best. Other than maybe Spotify. Spotify has a great program, but most people don't know about it. TikTok's monetization is atrocious because they're all run by AI bots. So, for example, I lost $1,800 last month because TikTok demonetized my content for low quality or unoriginality. And there's nothing I can do about that. There's, like, I can appeal, but it doesn't matter because the appeals don't matter. Like, every time they'll just have an AI bot strike it down. No matter what you say, no matter what evidence you provide, like, my content is original and we spend a lot of time on it. It is not low quality. My editor's fucking face track. So I don't know what... all I can say is if you're a creator and you're dipping from YouTube to go to TikTok and Instagram, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. That's how I found you, via TikTok, because other people are putting clips of your videos up. And, like, that's another, I mean, that's probably why I deal with this problem, low-key. There is somebody else who's actually making a good amount of money off my content, and there is nothing I can do about that. There is genuinely nothing I can do about it because TikTok has no creator support. And here's the thing, is at the end of the day, those videos are free marketing for me. Like, I honestly don't have a problem. There's like 2 of them that actually like give credit to me in their descriptions and leave links to my channel. I actually don't mind that. To me, I'm like, all right, if you're going to market my shit for free and I don't have to pay you, like, I hope you're making money off this, you know? I'm fine with that. But like, if there wasn't somebody doing that, there's literally no way that I can claim them on TikTok. And even if I could, TikTok would not take it serious. TikTok gives a shit about nothing except for pushing TikTok shop. Girl, I had to Google you. Fuck. I mean, it might have been another page. I don't even know all of them, y'all, because there's so many. There's so many. I probably get a DM like every week of people being like, bro, I saw another page that was using your content, you know? And I'm like, I can't really do anything. Like, even if I did take action, I would whack one. If I paid my lawyers good money to reach out to TikTok to get these accounts taken down, it would just be like money for me. Like, it would cost me more money to do that. And so it's just not worth it. Like, it's just not worth it, bro. Has anyone actually used TikTok Shop? I've used it before. It's not too bad. I have this theory, by the way, that TikTok, if you buy stuff through TikTok Shop, they'll push your videos more. I can't necessarily confirm it. All I can say is my videos get hella views. I think I Googled something like guy who reads Reddit stories and has a cat named Beans. Crazy. That's funny how I found you. I liked you on Instagram and you DM'd me a link to your YouTube. Hell yeah. Shout out my bot. Shout out my DM bot, baby. Wild. Wild, y'all. Yeah, it just isn't like worth my time to do all that stuff sometimes. It's like, it's free marketing. Like, clipping is such a big thing in the ecosystem now. Like, even if they don't get my name or my face, like, the way I look at that stuff is like, okay, if they make a video and people see it and they like me, they just don't necessarily know who I am. And then one of my videos gets fed on their feed because I'm sure, like, our algorithms are connected, right? Then, like, it's a win-win because then they can find my real account, they can find my real name, they already have like an impression of me and they like my content. So it's really not like the end of the world. It's just more annoying that TikTok keeps probably demonetizing me because they think that those are the original pages. And there's nobody that I can reach out to and be like, hey, so this is my fucking content. I don't mind if they post it, but can you not punish my account for it? I would like an extra $1,800 this month. You know? When they fucking demonetized me, I was like, damn it. I was planning on, I don't know, taking my girlfriend out on a cutie date with some of that money, but I guess not. No, I'm just playing. I'll probably just do it anyways, but it would have been nice to have the extra 1,800, you know? help pay for some of the editing work that I lose money on when I do my short form clips. Gotta remember the Minecraft parkour in the background. You want to know the crazy thing, Usagi? Those channels are probably monetized. Those fuck-ass channels are probably monetized, and I just have to sit there and fucking jerk my shit. Oh, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. That's what happened with me, from Clippers to your TikTok. All right, you know what? It ain't the end of the world. That actually reminds me, I need to talk to my assistant. Oh, you know what? Hold on, guys. I think I locked my door real quick. Let me unlock that because my assistant's gonna come through at some point during the stream. Let me do that, and then we're gonna get started. All right, guys? Okay, let me message her. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Jen. 3634. Alrighty, chat. Let's get a little reading and rocking, ripping. Just a heads up for you guys, by the way. A lot of the stories in this section are very fucked up. Like this one that we're starting off with, like kind of has a trigger warning to it. I'm just gonna give an overall one for this stream. This one gets pretty fucking messy, I can't lie. With like multiple stories. So just a heads up to y'all. If you guys cannot handle that, feel free to leave. Normally I wouldn't even read these ones, but they're for the 15 most upvoted video. So yeah, you guys are saying it. Genuine devils in this one. But a lot of it's pretty heavy, so if you can't handle that, this is kind of your heads up there, all right? And I'll try to give heads ups as I go, all right, guys? I will do my best. Damn, why is my mouth all of a sudden dry? Like, right when I'm fucking about to start reading. Genuine devils, y'all. All right, let's get it started. If you guys are on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. We got 67 people watching, 34 likes. That's actually not too bad, but if we get that up to 40, that'd be pretty sick. If you guys are on the Twitch, make sure to follow no matter where you're at. Turn on the post notice so you can be notified whenever I go live, baby. All right, here we go. Am I the a-hole for making my girlfriend leave the country? This is for the VOD, but just a little trigger warning. A lot of these stories in these streams are going to get a little bit messy, as you can see from the title here. Just want to throw that in there. Trigger warning for this story and maybe some future stories as well. This is my first time posting on Reddit, so forgive any errors or if the format is weird. I also can't give too many details as my girlfriend and a lot of close friends are avid Redditors. I, 28 male, have been dating my girlfriend, 27 female, for 5 years. We met in college where she was an international student. She started working after graduating while I am currently doing a master's. Her company was sponsoring her visa until they got bought out and she got laid off. She was given a limited time to find a new employer to sponsor her a new visa, and it really stressed her out. She was applying to jobs every day and did a lot of interviews, but unfortunately wasn't able to get an offer. She really wanted to stay since she loves the place and I would still be here in the country. While I was out with a buddy, he suggested that I sponsor her visa since we have been in a relationship for quite some time. I love her and I didn't want to see her so stressed out. I told her about the idea. I love her and I didn't want to see her stressed out, so I told her about the idea. She was hesitant at first. She said she didn't want me to think that she was with me so I could be her way to a permanent residence / citizenship to the country. I wanted her to stay and I wanted to do it. We consulted an immigration consultant and decided to do the paperwork on our own. She was the one who mostly looked into the stuff we needed to prepare. She still applied for jobs, but not as urgently as she used to. It took a while since we never really had anything joint. We lived together and just split the bills on our own. She had enough saved up to be okay for a while. I had to fill out some paperwork to be her sponsor, and I felt uneasy about it. I did want her to stay, but it felt like it was too much. Eventually, she was done with her part, and all that was left was mine. I finally told her that I didn't want to go through with it. She was very upset and asked me why. I told her that I suggested the idea because I didn't want to see her stressed out all the time, and that I eventually realized that I shouldn't have to be responsible for her. Hey, babe. I bait and switched you because I didn't want to see you so stressed out. And instead of being stressed but looking for a solution, I led you to believe that I was going to give you a solution. We had a long talk where I told her that I still want to be in a relationship with her, but I just don't want to be forced to be responsible for her. She said she felt very hurt by what I said. Okay, first off, I think relationships do assume some kind of responsibility for that person, no matter if you're getting married or if you're just boyfriend, girlfriend, like you're responsible for that person. On top of that, I feel like if you don't want to be responsible for someone, you should break up with them. Like, I feel like that's the whole point of a relationship is that now in your life, you're not only responsible for yourself, but you have some sort of responsibility to the human being that you're committing to. And then for the cherry on top of that, what OP said, it's not like, how do I want to put this? It's not the responsibility that's the problem. It's the fact that you came up with this idea that would solve the problem that you gave this facade that you were okay with, and then you last minute switched it on her, which fucks her over because for, I don't even know how long this has taken them, but for like the last couple of weeks when she could have just been looking for a new job to solve the problem, she's thought, oh, it's okay, I don't need to do that as urgently because we found a solution. Things changed and she didn't really talk to me after. She kept applying for jobs and attending interviews, but eventually her visa expired. Before she left, I told her I love her and that I really wanted her to come back. However, she told me that she sees me differently after the things I told her. By the way, guys, sorry, I'm fixing things on the fly. Surprise, surprise, this guy's grammar sucks dick. It has been a few weeks since she left. I miss her cooking, her presence, and being able to spend time with her. I still want a future with her. However, our close friends have been telling me that I was an a-hole. I disagree, and I think they are biased. So here I am asking what Reddit thinks. Am I the a-hole? Okay, so chat, really quick. The sponsor her visa thing. Honestly, y'all, I didn't even know that that was an option. Is that different from them getting married and her getting a green card because she's marrying a citizen? And I'm assuming this is happening in the US, by the way, guys, just by the language we met in college. Like, if you're anywhere outside of the US, you usually say university. I'm confused. Like, what does it mean to sponsor someone's visa when you're in a relationship with them? I actually genuinely don't know what that even means. A visa sponsor means like, hey, I vouch they won't break any laws. Okay, interesting. So, you know what? I think we have to Google this, chat, because I'm trying to understand. Like, is this a big commitment for OP? Not that I'm trying to find a reason to justify what he did. He's still a fucking dickhead. I'm just trying to understand the full situation because for me, if he was getting married, like, I do understand a little bit being like, oh, that's a big step. Don't know if I want to do that. Like, I would recommend anybody who's having second thoughts about getting married to their person, like, you probably shouldn't do it if you're second guessing it and you're not ecstatic about it. That being said, what he did bait and switching her isn't okay. So I'm just trying to understand the full scope of everything going down here because, like, to me, sponsoring a visa sounds way less of a commitment than, like, marrying someone. So I'm just trying to understand, like, what did he pussy out on? That's essentially what I want to know. Okay. So I looked up what is sponsoring wait, is this it? Okay. Okay. So I looked up, sorry guys, I looked up what does sponsoring a visa in a relationship entail. There's this Reddit post here that says read the instructions for USCIS form I-864 from their website. I could do that. Okay, that sounds like a lot of work. I just am going to read the comments. So this comment says, it means if you are the one signing form I-864 to undertake certain financial obligations. I'm not even really sure what that means. Here's another one from a comment. It depends on what you mean by sponsorship. It can mean 1, petitioning someone so that they can qualify for a green card. 2, being a sponsor as an I-864 sponsor. 3, someone who testifies the relationship between the beneficiary and petitioner or the immigrant's qualifications. 4, sponsoring financially when they arrive, etc. Okay, wait. Someone gave a short version. To release yourself from sponsor responsibility, the immigrant must work 40 quarters, in parentheses, around 10 years at a full-time job, or file for citizenship after 3 years if a marriage to USC holds, or 5 years if not. But sponsorship does not automatically end with divorce if they never file for citizenship, and many immigrants never apply for citizenship as there's no requirement to do so. And some avoid it because their home country requires revoking their old citizenship. There is no requirement to work at all. For example, the immigrant can move in with someone who pays their way. You could therefore potentially be on the hook for life, although this is not usually the case. Okay, interesting. I mean, listen, it doesn't sound like not a big commitment. That being said, I still think the guy's kind of a pussy. Like, you can't take someone all the way to the finish line and then tell them to go fuck themselves, especially if there's someone who you claim that you love and whose idea it was to even run that race was your own. Like, it's not, sorry, I just went down that rabbit hole because I wanted to understand more of what he was like so afraid to sign his name to, which, to be honest, I don't even actually necessarily disagree with it. Like, if you aren't prepared for the consequences that this could entail, I don't think you should do it. That being said, don't wait till the last minute to be like, oops, don't want to do this. I know you could have been spending time looking for a job, but because I pulled out of this shit, you now have to leave. And then also not having the self-awareness to be like, wow, me doing that makes me a dickhead. Like, bro, your friends are saying You're the dickhead in this situation. You're probably the dickhead in this situation. He's edging her so bad. No, for real. This sounds like probably Canada or some shit. I mean, the language made me believe that it was the US. I don't know how immigration works in this country. I just know it's dog shit. So, hey, what up, chicken sandwich? Yeah, I mean, we also know where this is going, y'all, so it's a little bit scary. OP did put an edit on this post, y'all. Let's get through this really quick. Edit, I've read through a lot of comments and everyone seems to think I'm the a-hole here. To those asking what my responsibilities would be, I would have to be financially responsible for her for 3 years. If she gets any government assistance or social welfare, I would have to pay it back. I also can't sponsor anyone else until the 3 years have passed. Also, I listed what I missed about her in no particular order. I listed that I missed her cooking first, but it doesn't mean I don't miss her. To the people who said I'm probably an immigrant too, what does that have to do with anything? My parents moved to where we are now, so here I am. I mean, we're all a bunch of immigrants, bro. Like, that's the thing that blows my mind is when people are so against immigration, like, how the fuck do you think you got here? Like, unless you're Native American, like, you didn't just spawn here, dog. I still stand by what I said. No one I know has to do anything like this. It just doesn't feel normal. I would want to eventually have a home with her, but I don't think anyone should have to be responsible for another person's decisions or their circumstances. It's just gaslighting if you convince someone that they should be. But that's not the problem here, bro. The problem is you wasted her time, got her hopes up by suggesting this yourself, and then couldn't follow through with it because you're a baby back bitch. Like, I actually agree with them here. If nobody is entitled, unless you have a kid, nobody should be entitled to you being responsible for their decisions or circumstances. Like, nobody should have to sign up for that. That being said, you offered to sign up for that, got her to relax and not look at jobs and solely focus on getting this paperwork done, and then said, JK, LOL, I'm not going to do that. That's the problem. I don't know if anyone will see this edit since it's been a few days. I have updates, so I'll probably do a separate post about it when I have time. Y'all, the fucking update for this, by the way. Oh, wait, there's another one. Wait, there's multiple updates before this? Okay, I mean, we got to read the other updates, but, like, the way it ends is a trigger warning, so just a heads up, y'all. Okay. Let's go to his updates. Okay. I didn't even know this had updates to it, y'all, but we got a deep dive. Alrighty. This is... Wait, sorry, guys. Let me make sure that I got it right. Okay. Okay. This is update number 1. Update. I talked to her over the weekend. She didn't have time to sell her car before leaving, so she contacted me saying she did some paperwork to transfer the car to me. Girl, no, why would you do that? I mean, I guess she probably has to, huh? You didn't have any other friend you could transfer the car to? I would not trust this guy. I do understand that she felt hurt, so I told her that I would buy a plane ticket to go see her. She had never once went back to her home country after moving away, so I've never visited her home country. I wanted to show that I'm very serious about her and that I'm still committed, so I wanted to fly over to visit and talk things out. She immediately turned me down, saying that flight tickets are expensive and that I still have work. I begged her to let me, and she eventually said that she couldn't forget the stuff that happened and that she couldn't come back from it. I explained my side again and that while I understand that she is hurt, I shouldn't be forced to take responsibility for her and that I hope she would be understanding of that. The conversation was long. She said she could never trust me again. She said I never saw a future with her from the start and that I abandoned her. She said it wasn't just about the sponsorship, but it played a big part in it. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you guys have to remember they've been dating for 5 years too. Like, I don't know. I guess I can't say if I would be. I don't know. I can't say this for sure, but I feel like if I was in a relationship with someone for 5 years, I would hope that I could be in a trusting enough position to be able to sign off on something like this for my partner. Me personally, he said 5 years, right? I'm not making that up. Yeah, I've been dating my girlfriend for 5 years. In case any of y'all forgot about that. In the end, she told me that she still loved me, but she doesn't think we should be together. So yeah, to clarify a couple things. One, why I didn't want to go through with sponsoring her. I would have to be financially responsible for her for 3 years. If she gets any government assistance or social welfare, I would have to pay it back. I also can't sponsor anyone else until the 3 years have passed. Okay, and this is where my knowledge of how this shit works is at a disconnect. If he's sponsoring her, does that mean it's easier for her to get hired because companies don't have to pay for visas? Because, like, bro, your girlfriend doesn't seem like a bum. She seems like she wants to work. She just needs a longer chance to get a job. I think, if anything, the only reason in my head that he actually had an issue with this was he was thinking about breaking up with her. Even though that's not what he's telling us, like, that would be the only reason why in my head, why he would actually be worried about this. It's probably low-key that, like, alpha male, like, she's just trying to trap you. She's trying to get you to sign the papers, so then you're responsible and you have to pay for everything for her. Ah! Even though you're probably a bum ass with a low-key mid-job. Ah! 2, even though I listed that I missed her cooking first, it didn't mean that it was... Okay, wait. He just is repeating, I think, some of the things that he put in the edit. Okay, I think this last one is different, though. 4, yes, no one I know has to do anything like this. No one I know has to make the decision of whether or not to support a visa. I don't think it's fair for anyone to have to take on this much responsibility, and saying they should feels like gaslighting. I'm not saying that you should, but what I am saying is you shouldn't bait and switch them. And also, low key, if you can't commit to that because you're worried about if you can trust your partner not to take advantage of it after being with them for 5 years, you shouldn't even bring it up. Like, you should break up with them. If you can't trust your partner, break up with them. If you truly trust and love your partner, I actually do think you should. Your partner of 5 years? Absolutely. The only thing in my head that wouldn't make that okay is if you had been together for like 6 months. If they had been together for 6 months, I'm on his side. Low key, I'm like, you don't know them. 5 years? Come on, dude. Come on, man. Relationships shouldn't be this hard, and having to do something like that doesn't feel normal. For those who have called me an a-hole, how many of you actually have to make a decision like I did? How many of you will actually go through with the sponsoring a partner's visa? I mean, fair, but like, we can empathetically put ourselves in your shoes and know that we would operate completely different. Like, you could have just not brought this up with her. Like, that's what we're saying. Is like, when your friend brought it up and you felt uncomfortable about it, you could have been like, not the move. Sorry. I don't want to take on that responsibility. But instead you said, hey, this is what we're going to do. And then she stopped doing what she was doing to try to get a job. And then at the end, when there was like no time left, you were like, oh, sorry, JK, LOL. Good luck. Best of luck to you. Oh, I feel so bad for anybody who's friends with this moron, bro. Crazy. There's another update after this, chat. I can't even fucking believe it. Hey, what up, Miss Morgan? Yes, savior complex without helping. That's rough, man. Savior complex, but you don't want to help is brutal. Wild, y'all. Yeah, if you didn't want to sponsor her, why didn't you just double down in helping her find a job? Yeah, exactly, Jester. Like, that's the answer. That's the answer. It's like, okay, I don't feel comfortable sponsoring my girlfriend of 5 years. We can debate whether or not that you should be comfortable with that at another time. But it's like, okay, if you're not comfortable, bro, like, be like, all right, babe, every Tuesday, we're sitting down for 2 to 3 hours just ripping job applications together as a team. Even though I can't do this thing because I'm scared of doing that, I will do everything it takes to get you a job through this route. Crazy, bro. Let's do the second update, chat. I'm curious. Like, even the second update, other than them breaking up, was like, excuse me, even this first update, other than them breaking up, was just him basically being like, I'm actually not wrong. I'm the victim. And it's like, okay, dude, bro's victim maxing. Like, he just wants to be the victim so bad. He did nothing wrong, even though the whole internet and his friend group are telling him he did something wrong. Could he do the same in update 2? Let's find out. Wait. Oh! Oh my god, Chad, this is the same update. He just posted it. Oh, he posted this first one to his page. He posted this one to Am I the A-hole? Got it. All right, cool. We don't even need to fuck with that. All right, guys. Trigger warning. Here is the scarier update. All right, guys. Just throwing that out there. This one definitely, I mean, you guys can tell by the title of this one. Little trigger warning. If you can't handle that, now's your time to leave. All right. So OP posts that update. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Okay, so OP posted the update, and then he posted an r/relationship advice. My ex-girlfriend committed suicide after she broke up with me, and everyone is blaming me. It literally has 0 upvotes and 1.1K and 1,100 comments on it, bro. Somebody did. Wait, did I X out of it? Fuck, I might have X'd out of it. Hold on. Here we go. The post did get deleted from r/relationship advice, but somebody saved the post. Although, wait. Is that the original post? Hold on. Okay. Okay, so this is apparently the contents of that post. It starts with, I'm very sorry, but yes, she died alone. It's fucking heartbreaking. I've been alone like this girl with no one ever. Okay, his exact typing of this is, I've been alone like this girl with no one, never had no one deport me to what I'm assuming is bad country because she left. That is bar for bar what he wrote. I think what he's trying to say is, I've never been alone like my ex-girlfriend, along with no one has ever tried to deport me to what I'm assuming is a bad country because she wanted to leave that country so bad. I think that's what he was trying to say there. Surprise, surprise, this man has the grammar ability of a toddler. Or wait, is that the commoner? I don't know, bro. I'm so fucking confused. They could have made this a little bit easier to read. Okay. I've 28 male posted before about my ex-girlfriend 27 female and why we broke up, so I won't get into that here. We dated for almost 5 years before we broke up. A couple weeks ago, I received a sum of money from my ex-girlfriend. This happened while I was sleeping, as we were in different time zones, so I only saw it when I woke up. A message was included with the deposit that said, hope this helps pay off some student loans. It wasn't a huge sum, but still significant, so I tried to contact her, but I couldn't reach her. Fast forward to last week, a mutual friend of ours wanted to check up on how she was doing, but they couldn't reach her either. They Google searched her name and the country she was in, and through Google Translate, they found out that she committed suicide. No one knows exactly when she died, but most probably soon after she sent me the money. And no one could find anything about a funeral either. She wasn't close to her family and didn't have that many family members in her country. Other friends found out about it too, and since then, everyone has been blaming me for her death. Obviously, I'm devastated by it too. However, I think it's unfair for people to say that I'm the reason she killed herself or that I could have helped her. What? Bro, that's insane. That is an insane level of delusion. I think it's unfair for people to say that I'm the reason she killed herself or that I could have helped her. Bro, like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not the reason she's in this situation? She's had depression before when we were dating, and I've always managed to get her to get over it, but problems still did come up from time to time. She was also the one who broke up with me after I tried to make things work. After you bait and switched her and then got her deported. Like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, you guys are saying it too. The wording "get over it" is insane. This incident has very negatively impacted my relationship with my friends as I work with some of them in school. Some very close friends have also stopped talking to me. What do I do? How do I convince them that it wasn't my fault? And how do I get my friends to treat me normally again? Bro, why is that your priority? Hold on. Hold on. So hold on. Your ex-girlfriend who you claim that you still loved committed suicide, and your biggest issue is that your friends blame you for it because it is your fault and you want to figure out how to get them to treat you normally again. Like, and convince them that it wasn't your fault. Like, oh my God. That is absolute. This is the most insane, like, narcissist behavior I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, God damn. Holy fucking sociopath, man. It, it's just so sad because you just know that someone that dumb is going to be that dumb for their whole life. Like, that man is going to go to his grave still thinking, oh, I did nothing wrong. Like, he probably uses Chat GPT as a therapist. I just, like, I genuinely am, like, speechless. Like, how do you get through to this guy as a random person on the internet when he doesn't even understand that, like, hey, bro, if all of your friends hate you, probably means you fucked up. Like, if a bunch of my friends were like, hey, Sarby, we can't hang out with you anymore because you did something extremely fucked up. In my head, I would be like, damn, if my friends are saying that, I fucked up. But he's like, no, clearly I'm not wrong. How do I convince them that I did nothing wrong? Like, oh, Lord. Ugh. Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, why did she send OP the money, bro? He was not deserving of that shit. Like, I just wish she would have reached out to one of the other friends that actually cared about her. I feel like anybody else would have seen that and noticed that it was a cry for help. You know what I'm saying? That's insane, bro. I don't know why, guys. That just felt very manosphere coded to me. Like, all the shit that he was talking about felt like that, like, red-pilled, misogynistic, that misogynistic parasite, you know? And it's just like, that's what happens. That's what happens when insecure men preach that shit to other insecure men. It just results in them being fucking terrorists. Literal proof that he did not love her at all. That's how I feel nonchalant bust down. At no point in this am I like, yeah, bro, this guy was really in love with her. What's up, Cole? Bro, just insane, man. All right, chat. Oh, the worst part is there's more evil stories coming, chat. Just more evil shit popping. Hold on, let me... Oof. Okay, let's read this one. Hey, what up, Cece? We need the real Punisher. I'm not gonna lie, I've thought about that. I'm like, IRL Punisher right now would kind of go crazy. Hollow Demon, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months at tier 1. Thank you. Sorry, I just saw that. I appreciate you. Thank you, Hollow Demon. Yeah, bro. Listen, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to think. You know what? I probably shouldn't say anything like that. I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna get myself put on a list. I don't want to get put on a list. I'll fly under the radar incognito. Just saying, an IRL Punisher would be kind of great. We know exactly who he would target. You guys, if you guys are on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. We got 92 people watching, 60 likes. I know we could get that up to 70 easy peasy. If you guys are on the Twitch, make sure to follow no matter where you're at. Turn on the post noties so you can be notified whenever I go live, baby. Okay. Hopefully this one's a little more mild. Me and my wife have been married for 1 year and 6 months. Our marriage is falling apart. How can I fix this? We have a 30 male OP and a 23 female wife. Oh my God. Bro went looking on the college campuses. Me and my wife have been together since September of 2024, met online, and it was love at first sight on our first date at a local bar. Dated for 6 months and got married in February of 2025. That will never not come off as fucking weird to me. Like, I know some people leave comments that are like, oh, I dated my husband when he was... Sorry, I'm getting a phone call. Like, I know I get comments on my YouTube videos sometimes of people being like, I dated my partner and when they were super young and it turned out well for us. Like, I'm not saying it can't, I guess. But bro, when you're 8 years older than someone and they're 21 at the time, maybe 22, probably more like 21, and you speed run getting married to them after 6 months, like to me that comes off manipulative. Like, you are taking advantage of somebody who is barely learning how to think for themselves and being like, yeah, let's just get married. Let's put you in a position that makes you monumentally more vulnerable and susceptible to manipulation. Like, that's crazy. No, it's still a red flag system code. It's still, here's the thing, y'all. We've like read stories where like it kind of works out and it's fine. Like, I don't want to sit here and be like every age gap relationship like this is awful. That being said, one like this, absolutely. Absolutely. If you're going to be in that big of an age gap relationship, at least let them get to like 25, 26, 27 to become a real adult. And even then, I don't think you should still be doing that. You know? Like, I just don't really think that's the move. Like, see, I was 28 when I met my 37-year-old husband. I think that's fine, Levicino. I think that's fine. That to me is fine. It's when the person is such a young adult that like this girl could barely drink at this point. She should not be getting married, let alone, in my opinion, dating like a 28, 29-year-old. And then getting forced, I'm going to say forced or manipulated. Let's say that. And then getting manipulated into marriage. Okay, so they got married in February 2025, moved in together, and stayed in an apartment in Georgia for a year until April 2026. Backtrack to July 2025 is the time she got pregnant with her first child. Did he say that? Oh my God. They have children. Oh my God. Pregnant with our first child while on vacation to Hawaii. In parentheses, she works for a hotel chain, so she gets crazy cheap discounts anywhere in the country. So every couple months or so, we would make the occasional hotel reservation to take advantage of her discount. In parentheses, this is important later. Around December, her pregnancy symptoms became concerning. Fainting spells, Around December, her pregnancy symptoms became concerning. Fainting smells, what the fuck? Fainting spells, massive weight loss, irritability, headaches, etc. So she quit her job to stay at home, so I became the sole provider for our family. And am still now today, July of 2026. Okay. Fast forward to our son's birth in March of this year. December until now, the pregnancy was very hard on her, and our son was born, in parentheses, a C-section, a week shy of the 9-month mark. Very healthy, 9 pounds, no health problems whatsoever. We spent 3 days in the hospital until my wife was healed up enough to be discharged from the hospital. I was having a difficult time adjusting to the life of a father for the first couple of weeks after birth, and my wife wasn't having any of it. If she saw me in distress or unhappy, she would go out of her way even though our... Oh. She would go out of her way... Okay, wait. Sorry, I'm going to reread this sentence because I don't like how it's written. Even though her doctor ordered her to take it easy, if she saw me in distress or unhappy, she would go out of her way to do household chores or baby duties and make me feel awful every step of the way, guilt tripping me because I didn't do everything with a smile and no complaints. Our parenting styles constantly conflicted, and we butted heads repeatedly about decisions regarding our son's life, and her helicopter parenting style and her inability to trust me in caring for our child. In parentheses, every new parent makes small mistakes, and I got burned by her every time I did something that can be conceived as harmful to our child. Okay, but what are you doing? She would coach me every step of the way of his care like she was a baby expert, even though I'd experienced with my siblings growing up when I was younger. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the fact that he's not telling us these examples. Because don't get me wrong, I think there are some people who are way over, who are helicopter parenting to a point where it's detrimental. But like, what were you doing, bro? Why didn't you tell us some examples so that we could have an idea of how bad her helicopter parenting was? Our 1-year lease was up on our Georgia apartment at the beginning of April. In parentheses, also my job was contract work and had expired. So the following month after our son was born, we agreed to move back to my home state in Texas away from her family. So I really respect her leaving them behind to move across the country with me, especially since she's actively recovering from her C-section at the same time and has been in constant pain. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, bro. Like, bro, I really respect her leaving them behind to move across the country while she's healing from a C-section. Like, bro, you shouldn't be respecting her. You should be feeling bad. Like, I just can't even fathom this. My mother helped us find an apartment that's within our budget. In parentheses, it's a low-income apartment, so some problems were to be expected. And we had to take her word for it being a safe home for our family, but has been nothing but a nightmare since we moved in. Every day, my wife would blame me, yelling at me for setting such a low budget for a 2-bed apartment in North Texas. In parentheses, $1,500 a month after bills, and I've been unemployed since February, living off of savings, which she believes is the only low-income areas have. Oh, okay. She believes that North Texas is the only low-income area to have millipede infestations. In parentheses, maintenance has done nothing to solve this. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of like in real time trying to edit this to like make more sense. I've struggled finding work ever since we moved here in April, so I went to a job fair and had no luck finding any work yet again, but got approached by a recruiter for a school that can qualify with government's government. Oh, I see what he's saying. But got approached by a recruiter for a school that I can qualify for with government assistance for some much needed certifications to advance my technical knowledge. Okay, not the time to go back to school, bro. You got to pay your bills and feed your fucking kid. So I went home with this flyer and talked to my wife about it, and we came to an agreement that this class in California would give me the skills to land a very successful career shortly after graduation. Okay. Bro. Why are we moving again? Oh, they're not going to move. It's only for 6 weeks. Okay, wait. She said she could hold down the fort with our son for 6 weeks so I could go to school. In parentheses, found out halfway through my schooling, she got diagnosed with postpartum depression / rage. That's not a thing, right? Am I crazy? That's not a thing. Postpartum rage isn't a thing. That's him talking about how he feels about it, huh? Okay, yeah, that's not a thing. Wait, postpartum rage is a thing? Is that a thing? Is that something you can legally be diagnosed with? Oh my God, it is. Damn, this is the first time I'm ever hearing of postpartum rage. Okay, I guess that's important context that he's not making this up. Okay. Whew. I thought he was making that shit up, chat. I was gone the whole month of June, and this millipede infestation got worse and worse with her phobia of them. She has a phobia? I was gone the whole month of June, and this millipede infestation got worse and worse. Her phobia of them made her lose her mind. So the blame game of subjecting her to living like this awful... Sorry, y'all. I just want to really clarify that this dude just writes run-on sentences. Like, this whole fucking paragraph is an entire sentence, and he didn't even add a period at the end of this one. So I'm just trying to, like, IRL fix it while trying not to get rage baited by all the stupid shit he's saying. Hold on. I was gone the whole month of June, and this millipede infestation got worse and worse. Her phobia of them made her lose her mind. So the blame game started of subjecting her. Sorry, I'm going to rewrite this. So the blame game started. She said that I subjected her to living in these awful conditions, and this continued every day for almost the entire 6 weeks. Fortunately, right around the time I left our son, he had started sleeping through most of the night. So the restless nights of infancy were coming to an end, but he was still very clingy and constantly cried when she would put him down. There we go, y'all. I had to, on the fly, fix his shitty grammar. Now, these are the real problems and the purpose of this post. That's been the major issues these past couple of weeks that I desperately need an outside perspective for. What? Wait. Hold on. Everything that you just described up until this point are major issues, bro. How are you going to tell me that these aren't... How are you going to tell me that these aren't the major ones? He cheated on her. That's my prediction. He for sure cheated on her. While at school, she had a very hard time caring for our son as the only main person caring for him and fighting a bug infestation at the same time. Turns out my son developed a serious rash across his body from them. I had offered her solutions, suggesting her to stay at my sister's house as she had a spare bedroom to escape the bugs. I gave her my mother and best friend to watch our son 2 days a week for a few hours so she can have alone time to take care of errands and herself because our son's been overly clingy, needing 100% of her energy. And eventually she stayed at a hotel for a couple nights to cool off and decompress, but she still got progressively worse until one of these nights, she told me she had to leave the apartment and take a flight to another state to get away since she's been alone and depressed. In parentheses, I called her multiple times a day. What could I really do? I've only put my wife in an absolutely shitty situation and then abandoned her. What could I have done, chat? What could I have possibly done? She told me she had told me nothing about her coming back. She had a meltdown and told me she regretted everything, meeting me and having our son, called me a terrible husband, the whole 9 yards. I begged her not to leave with our child and to stay with my family, but she wouldn't budge and told me she doesn't know if she would ever come back and ignored my calls after telling me all of that and told me to try to stop her. So naturally, I panicked because I thought I'd never see my son again, and while still being stuck in California, mind you, so I made a bad judgment call and called my family at midnight and begged my mom with tears in my eyes to go get our son from my wife because she's packing to take him to another state the next day. So she drove over to the apartment with my stepfather and completely caught her off guard, and she let them in and tried to manipulate them into thinking everything's okay. But after about half an hour of talking to her and explaining that she can't just run away without my permission and offering to watch our son for the night, they gave up and went home to leave. They gave up, went home, and left her be. So she called me back and exploded, telling me I got my family involved in our marital affairs, ambushed her in the middle of the night, and tried to kidnap our son from her when the entire time I was secretly on the phone listening to the whole exchange. So we talked about separating, and for the next couple hours with tears in my eyes, I cried out, begging her to stay and keep our family together, which she agreed to give me another chance. No, girl, no. You need to get out of there, bro. Oh my God, this shit show just keeps going. Oh my God. Fast forward a couple days, my mom offered me a rental car and a hotel room to meet her for the weekend in Vegas for her annually scheduled trip, since it was a small drive from where I was in California. In parentheses, I didn't have to go to school on the weekends. Wait, is this to meet your mom? Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Okay. I agreed and later that day called my wife and told her where I was going, and she told me if I go to Vegas with the people who tried to kidnap her baby, this is a turning point in our marriage. I thought she was being selfish, just to punish my mom for not getting to just to punish my mom from not getting to see me, but later found out after the trip she was having thoughts of self-harm. Okay, I think the she here is referring to the wife, not the mom. So, against her wishes, I went to Vegas for the weekend because my mom's older and sick all the time with heart issues and high blood pressure. So, I did this because I didn't know how much longer she had. Fast forward to present day today, when I got back from school, she told me to make it up to her by being gone for 6 weeks and showed me a cheap hotel room in the Florida Keys with her hotel, discount for a discounted for, sorry guys, the fucking grammar on this is just so bad. and showed me a cheap hotel room in the Florida Keys with her hotel discount for only $40 a night. 4 nights, but the only catch is the $2,300 airfare tickets to fly out there, and I told her no. We have enough savings to make it 3 more months, and I just got back from school, so I was still job prospecting and had a few interviews lined up, but no job offers. Okay, I can't necessarily disagree with that move. I don't think this is the time for a vacation. But she insists I'm going to get one of those jobs anyways, and we will be able to afford a new apartment, in parentheses, to escape the bug, since we got a medical document for our son from our doctor to waive the fees to get out of our lease. So she loses her mind and tells me we're getting a divorce now if we don't figure something out in therapy this Saturday. This was a big rant, and I really appreciate... Yeah, this was a fucking big rant. Holy shit. This was a big rant, and I really appreciate you taking the time to read this, but I'm stuck. I don't know what to do, and I want to save my marriage and make things right. So Saturday is a big day for my marriage, and I want to know how I can make things right for her. How do I fix this? Okay, little edit to add more details, and then we'll hop into the fucking reaction for this. Oh my god. Edit, from what I've seen in the comments, let me rephrase one important detail I didn't find important until brought up several times. She immigrated to America in 2020. Her only family in Georgia kicked her out to the dogs, and she was living on her own for 2 years before I met her. She's fully disowned them and will never see them again. She would never return to them and has talked about returning to her home country, back to her parents' home. Y'all, all I can really say out of this is, like, this poor fucking kid, bro. Like, there's just so much that went wrong that I'm like, at this point, I don't even know where to start. There was so much shit in this. Oh. I don't even know where to start, you guys. I genuinely cannot even fathom where to start with this. Yeah, this dumpster's on fire. No, for real. It's not even a dumpster. The whole fucking block's on fire. I don't know, y'all. I'm just all over the place on this. Like, we have just so many issues. The wife, they need a better place to live. They need a better place to live. They need more helpful support. The wife needs support for her PPD and PPR, which I just learned about. I mean, like, I understand why OP went to this school, but, like, are you guys on the same page as me of, like, that was not the fucking time? Like, hey, man, your wife is in an apartment that is infested with millipedes. You guys are dwindling your savings. You have a newborn child. Bro, put off the schooling, the 6-week schooling, when you have figured out some of the crazy shit at home. Go find a job. Go find a job. Get your wife treatment. Figure out the millipede situation. Either relentlessly hound your landlord or try to figure that shit out yourself. Like, this is not the time to be like, sorry, babe, we're going to California. Look, every turn that they took, they made the wrong decision. Wife included, by the way. I want to give credit to, like, don't get me wrong, this wife was for sure baby trapped. But I mean, when they're in this situation, requesting a vacation is just not the right move. I was kind of flabbergasted at that. I was like, oh my God. Maybe that's a long ploy for her to get out of this situation, which, to be honest, I actually agree with. I think, if anything, it sucks that she doesn't have any family she can fall back to, because that's what she needs right now. She needs family or a friend to go stay with to get away from OP. Who, like, in my opinion, I would put all of the blame on him for leading them down this path to where they're at right now. Sounds like she just wants a room without millipedes. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, OP had 4 separate dumpster fires happening right in front of him. And instead of figuring out how to put out those fires, he was like, fuck it, bro. I'm just going to go get certified in California. Hey, bro, what about what's going on here? Yeah, I don't know who's asking it in chat, but the wife did not go to California, bro. Six-week course in California. How much you want to bet it was an Apple certificate? I mean, I'm not going to lie. I have a friend who works in the Apple stores. They get paid pretty well. That's very helpful of you, Media Master. I was assuming that it was, like, not a legit certification. Me personally. But I could be wrong at that. Feather plushie, I have no clue. That last part, while it was important to know, like, oh, she doesn't have any family, I'm a little confused if that was her parents that kicked her out or if that was, like, other family members. Ugh. Miss Morgan, the only thing that is at least worth pointing out, is technically, I think she would be considered kidnapping the child if she took it across state lines. But you're right, it is terrifying. That whole thing was terrifying. I don't even know, bro. Like, if I'm being honest, you guys, it sounds like, as much as, like, the wife is totally, like, the victim here. And I really hope that she has friends who can support her and give her, like, an escape from this situation. To me, and this makes sense because of how young she is. She sounds immature. You know, like, she is heavily relying on OP, who's also immature, to, like, solve issues while she's also dealing with her own issues that she is not mature enough to handle because she's fucking 23 years old. So it just sounds like a steamroll. Like, I'm not blaming her for that. I'm just saying, like, it is just a fact that she's immature and doesn't know how to handle this, and that's not her fault. Because she was fucking tricked into marrying this man who really should be the mature one here. It's just so sad, man. Like, I don't even really know what she can do or what he can do. Like, if OP was in front of me, I think all I could really tell him is, you're a fucking dumbass. Like, not only are you weird as fuck for speed running marriage and a baby with someone that young, but also you've just proven that you are not mature enough to handle this marriage, let alone any other marriage. Like, I don't know what the fuck you were talking about ditching your wife in those awful conditions for 6 weeks. Like, you should have locked in, fucking get a job at McDonald's, bro. Put the fries in the bag. Figure out a way that you can not dwindle your savings and pay for your fucking family and be there to help with the issues that you guys are currently experiencing. Like, that's all I got. I officially dated myself. Apple hasn't flown people out to Cupertino for training since 2017. I was going to say, I feel like the in-person training is a little bit outdated. Unless you guys are like, unless it's like the same state, like everything can be done online nowadays. Hold on, I got to see what the comments are saying on this post, y'all. I stopped reading after OP said that his wife doing chores was guilt tripping him. Oh my God, I totally forgot about that part. I totally forgot about that part, bro. Talk about wee woo. I just want to be the victim so bad. You're 30 years old and calling your mama to save you. Grow the fuck up. Your wife had a traumatic birth. She is 23 years old and you're acting like a child. Get a job, be a man, and handle your shit. No, that's how I feel too, bro. Like, he's doing everything except for this. Get a fucking job, be there for your wife, figure out the current issues that you have, stop creating more fucking issues. Living in a house infested with millipedes and you're shocked she doesn't want to live with you. He tried to get mommy to kidnap his son. What the fuck is wrong with him? How does one helicopter parent a newborn? That's actually such a good point, actually. I agree with that. On top, you use your family at every step to steamroll her. That's so true. Why the fuck is the family like not supporting her more? I think that was kind of the thing that I was surprised by too, is like, if your mom and your sister are so close and you guys are struggling as heavily, like, why are they not there to help? Like, don't get me wrong, y'all. I think, and this is, I'm not defending OP. I'm more defending this statement in general. I think there are some people who get so overprotective of their child that they do like score or shun everybody for doing like anything wrong with their kid. I do want to like throw that out there of like, that is a possibility. I wouldn't consider that helicopter parenting, but I would consider that like, okay, if you're like, to me, it's like when you ask somebody to like load the dishes for them and they load the dishes, they just don't load it how you would have done it. And then you yell at them for that. Like, to me, that's, people can do that with their kids, right? They can be like, oh, you didn't do this thing exactly how I would have done it. Like, you're stupid, you're dumb. Like, I've seen that before. That is something that I would like to throw out there as a possibility. That being said, I venture to guess that's not what's happening here. You know? It's because they're probably only on OP's side. You're probably right. Oh, hold on, y'all. Oh my God, bro. Why does everybody bother me when I'm fucking working? Hey, what up, Cloud Dreamer? I think most of the wife's issues stem from OP, not from immaturity. Sim girl, I just have to disagree with you on that. Don't get me wrong, OP isn't helping, but like a 23-year-old in the situation that she's in, I'm so sorry you can't convince me that a 23-year-old would be mature enough to handle that. It like she is hurting and she is in constant pain from her surgery. She's dealing with a kid. She's dealing with millipede. She's dealing with a fuck ass husband. Like, I'm so sorry. There's like, I don't think I would be mature enough to handle that. You know? Like, I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine that, bro. Like that, me calling her immature is not like me. Like that's not like a roast or a diss. That's just like inherently like factual when you're that age. Like, I truly think you are too, and I might be wrong for this, but I think you're too immature to handle a kid if you're below the age of like 24, 25. I would even argue those numbers are pretty low. Me personally, I would argue, and like not saying that in like, you know, when you call someone immature, it's like a mean thing to say about that. Not like that. More immature on like, there are just things that you can't be mature about when you're a certain age. You know? Like that's how I feel about it. Is like you just there's no way in my head that a 23-year-old can be mature. Like there's just no way they can be mature enough to properly handle a kid. And all the other shit that's happening there. Yeah, maybe naive is a better word, Kit Mittens. Oh yeah, no, 100% called me so-so. I agree with that. Her being immature was by design. That's why he married her. He wanted someone immature who would think he knew best. Exactly. Hit the nail on the head on that. The only thing she did wrong was wanting to go on vacation. I think you could maybe argue, like, I don't think it's a great move taking your kid across state lines because legally that is kidnapping. You know, not saying that she was wrong wanting to do that, but like, to be honest, if that had happened, OP would have like legal ammunition against her. Only thing I'll throw out there. I think that was pretty like not a great move. But other than like, I agree with you, you know? So sad, man. Just so sad. I really hope. Hold on. Actually, let me check this person's profile. Okay. He hasn't replied to any comments that are really helpful. I don't know, man. I mean, there's this one where I think someone was shitting on OP and he said, "You're completely justified about everything but the millipedes. They weren't even really an issue until after I left and she agrees. I should have never went to school even with her agreeing with me that she could handle it." I don't know. She probably didn't know that that was illegal as she is an American. That's true too, Naomi. If you're right, you're right. Oh. The poor baby needs a safe, non-infested home. That's the core issue here. I agree with that, so. Like, I don't know any of the Texas rules, but like, I think if this were me, my two priorities, and like, don't get me wrong, the wife's pain and postpartum depression / rage is important. But like, to me, it's like, okay, if I can only focus on two things, it's one, getting the millipedes out of here because my wife and my baby need a safe place to stay. Number two, finding a job ASAP. It could be any job. I don't care. I'm applying to like 100 a day until I have a job so that there's a source of income. And like, unfortunately, money fixes problems. If you have money, you can pay for a lawyer to go after the landlord. You can pay for a exterminator to go after the millipedes. Like, to me, that is like the top two issues. But instead, he was like, fuck that. Which I guess he says that he didn't know about the millipede thing, so fair. But then move to the next problem. Like, you don't create another problem of like, okay, now there's a parent gone. Wait, what was illegal? I missed it. Taking a kid across state lines, I think technically counts as kidnapping. I don't know. I don't completely understand those laws, and maybe too, like, maybe it's only not allowed in certain states. But I know before we've had stories come up where people take their kid across state lines, and that is technically counted as kidnapping. At best, OP is incompetent, neglectful, and an asshole. More likely he's a manipulative More likely he's a manipulative, abusive piece of shit. I think it's more of that second one, Media Master. It's not illegal for a parent to move their child across state lines unless there's a custody agreement. Is that true, though? I could have sworn there was something about, like, if the other parent doesn't consent. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know, Chris. Yeah, taking the baby out of state without the other parent's permission. Like, I think that parent can technically write that as kidnapping. Yeah, bro, I'm sure it's different for everybody. Y'all, you guys know this. I'm not gonna just, like, grab beans and bring them in here. Beans breaks are not given to you. They are blessed by beans. Oh, God, yeah, I forgot you guys have different laws per state. No, dude, it definitely sucks. Like, it definitely just sucks that there's, like, different hoops you have to jump through. Hey, welcome to the stream, Mona. In Texas, you can take a child out of state if there's no custody agreement. All right, cool. You know what, girl? Get the hell out. I'm just like, does she have any friends in Georgia? Like, that's the hard part, is you probably know that she doesn't have any friends. Man, this whole thing's fucking sketchy, chat. Chat, let's keep it going. I do want to go pee really quick, though. I'm going to run some ads just to get ahead of them. And then we will get back to it. Hold on, let me try to find one. Ugh. Oh, you know what, chat? I'm pretty sure I read this one before. But I'll just reread it again because I could have sworn I read this one, but I don't know which video it was. And I think it might have been before I was really good at, like, keeping track of... Oh, fuck. No, my lid went so far. I think it was before I started keeping track of all the stories that I read. So I'll just reread this one, honestly. I'll reread it. I don't even remember how it ends. So, but we're gonna... Let me go to the bathroom. Everybody do a bathroom break. Everybody grab some water. And then we'll get back to it. Okay, chat? Here we go. Oh, nope. I pressed the wrong one. No! Fuck. I pressed the wrong one. All right, whatever. You guys only get a minute of ads. You're welcome. gonna grab my phone so I can text my pretty girl. All righty, y'all. What up? Sorry, just wanted to take out my contacts. They were hurting my eyes. Whew. Y'all talking about some weird shit in here or what? Stay hydrated, y'all. We know you didn't wash your hands. Boredom, I ain't like you. I ain't gross like you. I always wash my hands. Alrighty, chat. Let's keep it going. Sarah Berry, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. That's so kind of you. Guys, make sure to check for your Prime subs. All right? If you have an Amazon Prime account, that means you have an Amazon Prime subscription. Make sure to use yours, all right, guys? Otherwise, Daddy Bezos pockets the extra profit. If you guys are on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. If you're on the Twitch, make sure to follow no matter where you're at. Turn on those post notifications so you can be notified whenever I go live, baby. Alrighty, here we go. Am I the a-hole for using money we earmarked for our 6-month-old college fund to buy back the exact 1972 Ford Bronco I owned as a teenager? Ooh, rough title. So how do I begin with this? I realize that on paper, I am totally the a-hole, but when you dig deeper into my motivations, I'm hoping it's more of a gray area than anything else, and maybe even I did the right... Oh, than anything else. I'm hoping it's more of a gray area than anything else, and maybe even I did the right thing. Holy cope. What a crazy start to a story. When I was a teenager, my dad bought me a classic 1972 Ford Bronco. It was my true passion, and I don't recall a memory from high school that somehow doesn't involve that truck. Plus, my dad and I would spend hours and hours working on it together. And we went through that especially father-son rough patch when I was a teenager. Another OP that cannot fucking write sentences. What's new? And when we went through that especially rough patch between father and son when I was a teenager, it was always that Bronco that brought us back together. I made a huge mistake and sold the truck when I turned 19, and my dad died of a heart attack 2 months later. So, while not logical, I've always felt a karmic connection between the two events. Bro. Wow, what insane timing. We had a baby in early February. She is our first and the light of my life. Wait, how old is OP now again? He hasn't said. Okay. My wife is doing well, but she's back at work and she's realized that she hates all the daycares we've tried and really wants to be a stay-at-home mom. And plus, she's still very hormonal from delivery, lack of sleep, and breastfeeding, so she's having a rough time and is angry a lot. I guess I needed to say this. Oh, sorry. I guess I need to say this. 2 weeks ago, I was driving through our town's warehouse district and I saw a Bronco that was pretty beat up, but resembled mine. I stopped for just nostalgia's sake. I stopped for just nostalgia's sake, and the owner came out and let me take a look inside. My dad and I had glued a wheat penny under the dash as a sort of security measure. So I just sort of checked, and goddamned if it wasn't my Bronco. I asked him if he'd ever consider selling it, and he said, sorry. I asked him if he'd ever consider selling it. He said, actually, someone was on the I-25 as we spoke from Colorado to buy it for $21,000. Wait. Why the fuck are Broncos from 1972 going for $21,000? Y'all, I just will never understand it. I can never get in the head of a car person's brain. That is so stupid. $21,000 for okay, this was 7 years ago. So 2019. For an over 40-year-old car, you're going to pay $21,000 for it. Like, there's no way that bitch works well. You're paying $21,000 for a money sink. I will never. I just will never understand that. Like, in my opinion, you might as well just burn your money. Wait, why? That's crazy. $21,000. I'm trying to think, y'all. I'm pretty sure that's about what I put down for my 2021 RAV4. Like, at least that bitch isn't gonna break, knock on wood, isn't gonna break down on me at any God-given minute versus a 1972 Ford Bronco. Like, there's no way that car's in tip-top shape. I'm sorry. Compared to my RAV4, ain't no way. I'll fucking put money on that. I freaked out and asked him if I could buy it right then and there for $23,000. He said if I could come up with the cash, then yes. I had been procrastinating setting up a 529, so I had $12,000 in savings that my wife's parents had given us. I maxed out my credit card to Venmo, and my mom brought down a check for $4,000, and I fucking drove away in my dream car. Hold on. Hold on, bro. You took $12,000 that your wife's parents had given you, and you maxed out your credit card. Bro, if I'm the wife, the divorce papers would be on the table the next day. I would just be like, what the actual fuck? I would be like, I married a fucking idiot. Like, holy shit. Oh my God, that's crazy. It was like a dream come true, like a literal dream come true. It needs a lot of work. I can't afford right now, but it's mine. So not only did it cost you money that you didn't have now, but it also will continue to cost you money in the future. Wow. Just wow, bro. Oh my God. I need to remind y'all that he started this by saying, I'm hoping it's more of a gray area than anything else, and maybe I did the right thing. What a cope, man. It needs a lot of work I can't afford right now, but it's mine, like in my driveway mine. Again, I can't even describe what a joy this is. My wife and her parents are furious with me. They feel I was deceptive, that a real, and I need to really specify to you guys that real was put in quotations, man would have sacrificed anything and everything so my wife could stay at home with his kids, and that's setting aside that they gave us the money for a college fund. My point is my daughter is only 6 months old. We have 18 years to set up a college fund for her, but this Bronco means everything to me, and if I wouldn't have acted, it would have been gone forever. Now it can be the same connection between me and my kids. To me, it's the literal meaning of happiness. Hey, daughter, instead of putting you $12,000 ahead of the curve, which, by the way, $12,000 invested in the stock market would be way more than $12,000. Like, I'm talking that shit would at least triple, if not more, because you're giving it 18 years. But instead of that, instead of putting you ahead in life, here's this fuck-ass car from 1972 that we can work on together. Like I said, on paper, a-hole, whole story, gray area. How do you guys see it? Okay, there are a couple edits on this. I'm genuinely concerned, bro. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys could tell by my reaction. I think this guy's a dumbass. Not only because I just don't understand car guys who are like, let me buy this 40-year-old car for as much as it costed me for a down payment on my 4-year-old car. But bro, using money that's just like not yours. Like it was given to you by your wife's parents, not even your direct family member, your in-laws, so that your child can have a leg up in life, and instead you spent it on this car. I don't even see the gray area. Like, OP has to be colorblind. He's pointing out gray area. I'm seeing red flag. Like, yeah, bro, this wife, if she doesn't get the ick from this, I don't know what will, you know? This would just be the most rude awakening if my wife pulled up and a car that she told me was used was bought with money that was supposed to be used for our child's college fund. I would be like, we got to wrap it up. This shit is done, girl. Gang, that is an ugly ass car. Is it actually? I've always thought that Broncos look cool, but okay, listen. I actually don't think it's that ugly. Like, it's kind of cool. Don't get me wrong. But like, there's no way that this runs efficiently, you know? And these are the nice pictures of people that took care of it. Like, I'm sure this thing looks like a piece of shit. If people have been like driving it and stuff. I don't know, listen, this might be controversial, but I don't think you can have a car hobby unless you're fucking rich. Sorry to like gatekeep that hobby from you, but like, especially if you have kids, there has to be a better use of that money. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. The money that you dump on that car can be used on your kids. I'm sorry, bro. Sell the car and lock the fuck in. My cousin has a Bronco that's been broken down for years and was having issues constantly before then. Okay, so I'm right. Like, yeah, bro. Just no. Just no. Nope. Nope, nope. Mm-mm. The funniest part is that he came on Reddit being like, surely people will validate my gray area thing. No. We're all very heavily against it. Okay. He had many edits on this. Let's just see all of them. Edit 1. I had no idea this would go so one way. I guess I messed up. I talked with my mom and she's basically going to buy the Bronco from me in order to refill the college fund and pay off the credit card. Not mommy bailing him out. The $4,000 will be a gift and she's going to give me whatever I need to restore it. She's always been awesome to me and she'd rather the money we spent now. Reading's hard today, Chad. And she'd rather the money be spent now than wait for me and my sister's inheritance. Wait, hold on. Hold on, wait. Sorry to get everyone so mad at me. I was thinking with my emotions and acted badly. Hold on, so your mom's gonna buy the car back? And then still give you the money to restore it? Edit 2, are the mommy bailed you out comments really necessary? Yes. Yes, they are. That's so fucking funny. You were like, I massively fucked up. Mommy, please bail me out. I hope you're still in the fucking doghouse with your wife. I think that would be like even further of an ick. If I'm this wife and I'm like, you're an idiot. And then he's like, don't worry, I'll call mommy and she will bail me out so there are no consequences to my actions. I would be like, it's a ticking time bomb for when this idiot makes another mistake like this. I found a solution and it's coming from me and my sister's inheritance, so it's not like I'm not paying for it on my own eventually. Such a bad way to look at an inheritance. Edit 3, my inbox is so buried, I have no idea what those icons are that are where gold used to be. Does anyone know what those are? Okay, I have no idea what that means. Edit 4, I'm getting a 403 error whenever I... Okay, wait. So he's just basically having issues. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Actually, I am going to read this one. Edit 4, I'm getting a 403 error whenever I try to respond. Not sure what that means, but I'm still reading because, honestly, I'm afraid to go home even with the great news. Even with the great news, I know my wife is going to be upset for one reason or another. For one reason or another, like you don't know the exact fucking reason why she's mad. Like he is truly just like, oh, I don't understand what I did wrong. Like I fixed it. It's fine. It doesn't matter that I made a monumental fucky wucky with my decision-making process. But mommy swooped in and fixed it, so clearly everything's okay. Edit in the morning. I couldn't figure out why I was getting so many privates, but I guess this must be locked now. I didn't tell my wife that my mom bailed me out and lied and said I found a buyer for the Bronco. Hold on. Hold on. So you... How is he just gonna hide the fact that he's working on this Bronco at his mom's house? Oh my God. I'll figure out how to cross that bridge when I get there, but my wife was so relieved that I had come to my senses. I don't want to disappoint her. It's going to take all my lying skills to pull this one off over the next few years. This level of stupidity needs to be studied. Because what the hell did I just read? Please tell me there's an update where OP's like, my wife found out and divorced me because I'm a fucking dumbass. Please, that would heal me. That would genuinely... Okay, all right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I just wanted an update that was like, my wife found out, she divorced me. I live with my mom now. At least I have my Bronco to jerk off in. Don't worry, guys. I fixed the fact I betrayed my wife's trust by lying to her and hiding this from her. No, but Miss Morgan, that is unironically what he said. Don't worry, guys. It's all fine because I lied to her. Problem solved. I'll just have to continue lying to her for the next however long we're married. She'll be on her deathbed. She'll be on her deathbed and I'll whisper in her ear. She'll be on her deathbed and I'll whisper in her ear, I kept the Bronco. Like, dog. I can't believe it, man. It's rough out here, chat. Lots of stupid people out here, man. Fuck, chat. There's so many terrible ones we have to read, bro. Okay, chat. Hot take. We have to read an awful one. We have to read an awful one because we can't, tomorrow's stream can't be just purely awful, awful, awful stories. Because I'm counting 3. I'm counting 3 that we have to cook through. So we have to at least get through one of them. All right. So just a heads up, y'all. This one, actually, I don't know if there's a trigger warning for this one, but it's in r/pro-life. So you can already guess what kind of fuck shit this person's gonna be spewing. All right, guys. Just want to give y'all the heads up. Alrighty, chat. If you guys are on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. That'd be greatly appreciated. If you guys are on the Twitch, make sure to follow. Angry Celeste Meow. Thank you for your Prime sub. Thank you for the Prime. Guys, if you have a Prime sub, make sure to check it out. Make sure to use it. It doesn't have to be on me, but any streamer of your choice. If you don't use it, Daddy Bezos just pockets the extra profit, bro. All right. Okay, here we go, chat. Let's do it. Let's do it. r/pro-life. I hate it when they call us misogynistic just because I don't think women should be able to kill their children. All right, you're already wrong on one of those facts, but let's hear this stupid idiot. I guess in their eyes, I'm anti-choice, and I guess they're right. I'm against the choices that end an innocent human life for mostly selfish reasons. A lot of them, in parentheses at all, use another woman's trauma, rape/sexual assault as an excuse for their selfishness. It doesn't get more misogynistic than that. Chat, is it misogynistic to use facts and logic and reason to argue why having safe abortions are really important? Is it misogynistic to just know things? If we compare the two, rapists are evil and disgusting because they use their bodily autonomy as an excuse to violate another woman's bodily autonomy. They think their autonomy is more important than the woman's. Abortion does the same. No way he's comparing them. The pregnant woman uses the excuse of bodily autonomy to violate the bodily autonomy of the innocent human life she is carrying. Both are evil, as both violates the bodily autonomy of a precious, innocent human life. Wow, just what a fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry, bro. You are so fucking stupid, it hurts. Like, yeah, yeah, one of them is an evil man doing the most evil thing you could do to a woman other than just killing her. And the other one is a woman making a choice of whether or not she should bring a child into this world that she does not deem is responsible to bring in this world. And all while doing that, just getting rid of a clump of cells. I hate this shit because it's so fucking annoying what they consider innocent human life. Like, all right, bitch, pull that same energy when you jerk off. If you're a guy and you jerk off at all, you are terminating human life. How dare you fucking joik your peanuts? How dare you? Those are millions of sperm cells that could turn into humans. I don't want to hear about a man jerking they shit ever again. You jerking your shit is the equivalent of a rapist. You are violating the bodily autonomy of those sperm cells. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, see how fucking stupid that sounds? Idiot. And surely if the woman was R-worded and kept the baby, they could take a paternity test that would determine if the baby was conceived in that rape and convict the rapist. Okay, clearly this fucking dumbass does not understand how the American court system fails women every single fucking day. Like, dude, use Google. It takes like 5 seconds to use Google and learn about how this exact situation that you're describing, somebody has gotten off on. Was this posted recently? 16 days ago. No fucking way the Epstein files exist and there are still people making these arguments like this. Bro, there are thousands of pages of evidence and nobody's been arrested yet. What are you fucking talking about? Acting as if our court system actually fucking worked. Abortion also allows men to sleep around and escape responsibility of raising a child / getting a job to pay child support. I'm going to be so... I mean, dog, men do that shit anyways. Abortion or not. Like, what are you talking about? And it also implies that women have to choose between a career or motherhood, even though women are capable and strong enough to do both. Abortion implies that women have to choose between a career or motherhood, even though women are capable and strong enough to do both. I wish I was as stupid as OP. Like, he must live in sunshine and rainbows land. Or she. I guess we don't know the gender of this moron. I'm just assuming it's a man. Women are capable and strong enough to do both. Okay, doesn't mean that everybody wants to do that fuck shit. And if they don't want to do that fuck shit, it's probably a good thing that they don't. It's giving, I live in a small town. It's giving, nobody ever put me in my place. It's giving, I'm brainwashed by the Sky Daddy stands. Like, just shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry. If you think like this, like, please leave my videos. You are genuinely a dumbass, and I don't want you enjoying them. Like, please, for the love of God, I don't want you here. And you're just objectively stupid. Like, oh my God. It's just, and also, hey, bro, newsflash. If this is how you think, don't ever get an abortion. Be with somebody who never would want an abortion. All right? Let that be let that complicate your life. Okay? Don't make other people do it. Like, why do you care so much about what other people are doing there? It affects your life 0%. It costs $0 for you to just shut the fuck up. Try it sometime. God, I just hope this person lives a miserable existence for the rest of their life. I hope they have a kid and it ruins their fucking life. You know what I'm saying? I would never wish that upon anybody else, but I just hope and pray they get a little terrorist. And just for an inkling amount of their, there's just one moment they were like, I wish I had believed in abortions. And then they feel bad about it. Oh, Jesus, bro. There's a cool governor that said, mind your own business on the matter. Exactly. They do not care about the fetuses. No, they really don't. They really don't, bro. And you know this loser supports the death penalty too? Oh, dude, Miss Morgan, did you notice how he made sure to say innocent human life? Like, bro made sure. Bro made sure to specify innocent. They want to LARP that they have empathy so bad. No, for real. I've never met a pro-lifer who has the true capability to empathize with anybody. I'm not even joking. This made me remember to take my pill. Everybody take your birth control. All right? We do not miss birth control in this chat. Hey, Fizzy KZ, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you for using your Prime subs on me. Shout out Daddy Bezos, funding the Sarby Nation. I need to put up my sub goals again. I got so many more subs when I just reminded people that they could do that. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible streamer, chat. I really am. Let's do one more, y'all. I don't want to do a back-to-back abortion one, chat. Ooh, am I the a-hole for inviting my girlfriend on an expensive vacation and expecting her to pay all of her share? Fuck it, we'll do that one. Okay. Wait. Okay, I just wanted to check. Oh, yeah, that one's much longer. Okay. Let's do it, y'all. One more story. One more story. If you guys are on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. If you guys are on the Twitch, make sure to follow no matter where you're at. Turn on the post notifications so you can be notified whenever I go live, baby. After this chat, we'll go on to, I don't think I'm going to react to the TikTok today because I'm not going to lie. I'm having a hard time speaking today. Like, my mouth is so fucking dry right now. I genuinely need to go to my P.O. box just to fucking get those dick sucking mints for that Jen sent me. Shake my head, chat. I really do. Alrighty, here we go. Am I the a-hole for inviting my girlfriend on an expensive vacation and expecting her to pay all of her share? In parentheses, I make a lot more than... In parentheses, I make a lot more than her. We have a 29 male OP, 28 female girlfriend. My girlfriend, myself, my parents, and my brother and his wife all went on vacation in another country a week ago. My brother and I were the ones who did most of the planning of the itinerary, although we did ask everyone else for input. For background, I make about $150,000 as an IT consultant. My girlfriend is a teacher making $45,000 a year. I do people love their partners? Genuine question. Like I just that is an unfathomable discrepancy, man. My parents are pretty affluent as well as my brother and sister-in-law. My girlfriend knew this trip was coming up and took on a second job waitressing on the weekends for several months to get ready for it. We have always split things 50-50 in the 2 years we've been together. That's so crazy to me. I mean, I guess you guys have seen my finances before. So, like, if I'm making this and my girlfriend's making this, there's no way we're splitting it 50-50, bro. Just absolutely no way. Unless she was adamant about it and she was the one who was like, no, this is what I'm going to do because this is what I want. I would never let this happen. Yeah, no, for real, Emmy, he does not like her. I agree. This is not the actions of somebody who actually likes their partner. There were a few times on the vacation when she did not go on the outings with us. Wine tasting, scuba diving, etc. She also would only eat 2 meals a day, simply stating that she was on a budget. My family does favor more high-end, expensive places. My parents thought it was very strange that she only eats 2 meals a day, although normally she eats 3. Like, God forbid you just pay for your girlfriend to have 3 meals a day. Like, that's so fucking crazy to me. I hope my girlfriend knows I will never let her. I would never do that to her. Just like, I would genuinely rather KYS or KMS. Sorry, I would genuinely rather KMS in Fortnite. In Fortnite, of course. Like, not, guys. By the way, not only because I would just not be okay with that, but also like if my family found that out that I was doing that, they would fucking berate me, bro. Like, isn't he worried about public opinion or family opinion? Like if it like, can you guys imagine if it came out that I was making 3 times what my girlfriend was making and making her pay for shit and letting her go on a vacation and only eat 2 meals a day? Like, I really hope you guys would be like, we can't watch fucking Sarby anymore, bro. Ain't no way we're gonna follow somebody who acts on those broke boy activities like that. When we got home, I asked her why she skipped out on several of the outings and only ate 2 meals a day. I mentioned how I heard her stomach growling one night, and I said I was concerned about her having an eating disorder. I mean, granted, we're getting the after the fact, but like, dog, read between the lines. If she's saying she's on a budget, what she's actually saying is, I can't afford this shit. That's why I'm only eating 2 meals. Holy fucking dumb. She got teary-eyed and said that 3 meals a day wasn't fiscally feasible for her, and neither were the outings that she chose not to go on. In parentheses, she went on 3 of the 6 outings. She said she was not expecting everything to cost so much, and she was overwhelmed. She also said she doesn't know if this is going to work long-term if she's expected to go on vacations like that with people who make so much more than her. I feel bad that I did not pick up on her discomfort sooner. But we did agree to split everything 50-50, and I don't know why she agreed to come if the cost was an issue. Do you not want her to be there? Like, I'm just convinced OP doesn't like her. You know what I'm saying? You cannot convince me that OP loves this woman. How long have they been dating? Did he say? I don't think he said. Oh, wait, no. We have always split 50-50 in the 2 years we've been together. That's so brutal. That's so brutal. Just fucking. If I ever get like that with my girlfriend, someone needs to fucking put me down Old Yeller style. Just behind the barn, bop bop to the back of the head. Because what are you talking about? like, bro. Hey, what up, Jay? Oh my God, guys, my friend Jay's in here. What up, dude? I can't imagine that, man. I just can't. Like, Sam and I have talked about when we live together. Like, and we're very not super far in our relationship, but even then I was like, I like you enough that if we lived together, I would want to make that as feasible as possible for you, so I would pay for most of it. That I can't wrap my brain around this. Like, how do you not love your girlfriend enough to the point where you don't want to do this shit for her? Like, is it really that hard to like he's like, "Oh, I noticed your stomach was grumbling." Like, go buy her some food. Like, if I hear my girlfriend's stomach grumbling, like, that's the first thing I'm doing. I can't. I can't wrap my head around the chat. Hey, Jay over on the Twitch too. What up, bro? Did he not tell her it would be insanely expensive? Fall Raven, I think he did. Because he mentioned that she got a waitressing job. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that's very admirable of her. But I think I would be like, hey, babe, while you do that, why don't we split it 70-30? You know, and if you can cover more, great. But like, let's not worry about money. Let's worry about you being able to enjoy everything with me and my family. Like, that's the priority, you know? This poor woman, man. The sad part is the conclusion she came to was she doesn't know if this is going to work long term because of the fact that she doesn't think in the long term she can go on vacations like this again. Like, it's not her being like, hey, this is low-key fucked up. My partner doesn't care about me enough to come to an arrangement together that allows me to eat as much food as I need to eat and go on and do the activities with him as my partner. Like, it's just, to me, unacceptable. I can't imagine that shit, chat. I can't imagine that shit. I'm just asking for dudes who actually love their girlfriends. Is that so much to ask for? Oh my God. Y'all, the top comment on this, Am I the Devil post, is in his comments, he straight up called her not good enough for him. He deleted his page, so we can't even look. Oh. Oh. OP's comment, thank you. This is the first comment that's helped me realize that deep down, I think she's not good enough for me, and I do not want to give her more. Hold on, what did this comment say? You're the a-hole. It's pretty disgusting that she is willing to jump through all these hoops, miss meals, skip events, put herself in debt, all to spend time with you. But you, with all your wealth, aren't willing to even buy her lunch. Sometimes being part of a relationship means giving up something you have to show how special the other person is to you. That is so cute and so true. It sounds to me like you would be totally okay with her telling you up front that she will not go on the vacation because she can't afford it. Meaning, you would still go and leave her behind. That's not a real relationship. The right thing to do would have been to offer to help pay the moment you found out she planned to get a second job just to spend extra time with you. You don't love or care about her, which is the bottom line. The more a man loves a woman, the more of him he wants to give to her. Damn. Your takeaway from that is she's not good enough for me. Wow, what a fucking shit ass man. I felt this way for a little while, but I wasn't sure where the feeling came from. According to you all, she probably deserves better, so I'm sure we'll be breaking up shortly. Yeah, you're not good enough for her. Perfect top comment, bro. 8.6K upvotes on that comment. Negative 13,000 on OPs. Like, what? You're just, to me, you're less of a man if this is how you think. Like, you are just such a fucking loser. I don't care how much money you make. Like, from one dude who makes a decent amount of money to another, you're a fucking loser. That's how I'm ending it, y'all. Like, just, oh man, what a loser mentality. Bro, is this how he's gonna treat his kids? Like, that's my thought process. Are you gonna, this is gonna be the guy that like kicks out his kid by 18 and makes them like pay rent if they want to stay. I wouldn't be surprised if he did that even earlier. Hey, the moment you turn an age that you can have a job, you have to start earning your keep type shit. I think those parents are the worst, bro. I understand chores and things like that to teach responsibility, but earning your keep parents are disgusting to me. How did he get she is that's a great comment, bro. How did he get she is the issue from you are the issue is beyond me? I mean, I feel like you have to be a narcissist to think like this, right? There's no way that a person with healthy with a healthy functioning brain can think like this. Yeah. That is the only explanation, y'all. That is the only explanation I'll accept. Oh, chat. Do y'all want one more? I was gonna say we can react to the video, but I low-key kind of want to do one more. Is that wrong of me, y'all? Am I wrong for that? If we do one more, we have to do kind of like a softball one. That one's too much, bro. Okay, this one is a good title for next stream. Okay, chat. Help me choose. I'll do whichever one you guys want. Do we want, am I overreacting? My wife will not compromise on a haircut. Or do we want, am I the a-hole for telling my girlfriend I wish she'd stop dressing so modestly? What do we want? You are wrong. All right. Nope. Sorry, guys. No more stories because Jeremiah said so. I'm just playing, bro. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Oz, is that you? Wait, what did I do? Okay, a lot of you, I see a lot of the ones for haircut. Haircut, first one. Yeah, I feel like we have to do the first one, chat. We have to, y'all. We have to. Y'all are begging. Why are we dropping so much on Twitch? What the fuck? Where are my Twitch viewers at? Y'all hate me when I do 3-hour streams, for real, for real. Alrighty, chat. Don't worry. We'll get to the second. We'll get to that second one tomorrow. All right, one more, chat, and then we're gonna bop into the reaction video. Okay. Okay, here we go. Am I overreacting? My wife will not compromise on a haircut. My wife and I are both not neurotypical, ADHD and autism, but we usually have a very happy marriage that has been going strong for 9 years now. We managed to handle our respective quirks fairly well in that time, but now I'm hitting a pretty serious issue concerning her hairstyle. She has always been more liberal than me, which I am fine with. Red flag right off the rip. She dyes her hair purple. She has a lot of piercings and tattoos. She's obese and doesn't want to change because she doesn't want to conform to societal beauty standards. That has all been mostly fine with me. I don't get to control her looks, and she doesn't get to control mine. But I cannot fucking stand her favorite haircut. It's not even that I hate short hair. She only goes to the hairdresser every few months or so. In the meantime, her hair grows out to 2 or 3 inches, which I'm fine with. I think she would look better with long hair, but it's her decision. But then she goes to the hairdresser and it just sucks. She gets a cut that basically looks exactly like mine, but even shorter, like 2 millimeter on the sides and maybe 5 on the top. It makes her look like a prison camp inmate, and I hate it. Anything but marrying somebody who you'd be compatible with. If you don't like her haircut, why did you marry her? If you don't like that she's liberal, why did you marry her? Also, I feel like if a haircut is what absolutely destroys your attraction to somebody, you probably don't love that person as much as you think you do, or at least as much as you say you do. I tried telling her straight up that I think it looks horrible and I would prefer she keep it slightly longer. I'm not asking for shoulder length or a bob or anything. Just please not that horrible buzz cut. She completely ignored that and got the same cut a few months later. Good for her. I'm not going to lie, I got pretty angry. I never ask her for anything in that regard. She can have whatever cut she wants as long as it's not this horrible one. But she doesn't care. I try to explain that this is a horrible trigger for me. The only one we found in my case so far. What? Chad, am I wrong for saying that getting triggered by a haircut is fucking insane? And, like, am I crazy for that? You can say so. If I'm wrong here, I'm wrong here, and I'll admit that. But am I crazy for that? Hey, Sarby, your haircut triggers me. Become Baldby now. That's so fair, Trash Cat. I'm getting the razors as we speak. Like, think of all the woke triggers that Republican morons like to make fun of people for. And then compare that to this fucking idiot being like, your perfectly normal haircut triggers me. I don't know, man. To me, this is so, this is stupid. I don't think you're getting triggered. I think you're trying to say that you're triggered to try to manipulate her into getting what you want and trying to manipulate us into agreeing with you. Hey, what up, chicken sandwich? It's just a weaponization of therapy speak. Ooh, I see, that's how I feel about it too, Trash Cat. I'm sorry, I feel like this is where I draw the line here for trigger warnings and stuff. Bro, imagine he's like, babe, anytime you walk in the room, I need a trigger warning for your haircut. Oh my God, I hope she divorces him. We had a row about it that led nowhere. I needed a bit of time to cool off, and after a few days, I could at least somewhat tolerate it. A few months later, she did it again. Only she didn't tell me before because she knew I hate it. I had a pretty bad reaction to it. I couldn't even look at her for a week. She knew I hated it. She knew it affected me mentally. That she just did it anyway. I'm getting the same vibe from that one Am I the Devil story. Actually, I think it'll be in this video. It was in a previous video, previous stream, but it's about that girl who was like, I can't handle the trauma my parents gave me. They parentified me. And it's just like her basically just wanting to be the victim in the family. Like, that's kind of the vibe here, bro. Like, he wants to be the victim so bad. She doesn't care because she wants to stand on principle, that she likes it that way and I can go pound sand. It took almost 2 weeks until I could look at her again and we made up. Yesterday, she told me she was going to get her haircut again tomorrow. It's going to be that shitty prison look again. Also, we're in the process of buying a house together right now. Okay, listen, girl. I'm talking to her. Don't get me wrong, you're dealing with a fuck-ass man here. Why are we buying a house with a fuck-ass man? I'm so sorry. If your partner gets this triggered by your haircut, I don't think you guys should buy a house together. Like, genuinely, like... Let's not bring a major life-changing asset into the equation, bro. Holy shit. I'm just begging anybody listening to this who relates to this in any way, shape, or form, get a divorce, please. Don't buy a house together, okay? That's... Buying a house together or having a baby is not going to fix the fact that your husband is disgusted by your haircut every time you get it. You are with a shit-ass man. You need to leave him. Also, her cat. When we moved in together, we each had a cat. Mine died years ago. It's very old and been doing worse and worse lately, so the vet might put him down at the next appointment tomorrow. She expects me to come with her, which I of course agreed to, but it's going to be right after her hair appointment. Also, it's been exceptionally stressful 2 weeks at work recently because the majority of my team is sick or on holiday. I'm just spiraling right now. I slept like 3 hours yesterday and felt physically nauseous. It really feels like if she loved me, she could pick any other fucking hairdo, and it's not even enough that she doesn't care what this does to me. She's now blaming me because me being a nervous wreck about it again, as she damn well knew exactly what happened, is making her sad. So in her mind, I'm not only expected to put up with it, I can't show any negativity and have to act like nothing's wrong or else she'll get sad. I mean, I think she's just sad that she's married to a fucking idiot. You know? I can't believe this. Call me crazy, but I think if you can't handle your partner getting a haircut that you don't like, and that is like ruining everything for you, to the point where you can't support them at the vet with their dying cat that might get put down, you don't actually love that person. I feel trapped. It's stupid to act like this over a haircut, but my mental issues are making it a huge deal. It's like fingernails on chalkboard every time I even look at her. I can't not care about it because my stupid head is making me. She refuses to give an inch on any of it. This is my issue, and she'll have this exact buzz cut even harder now. To show how independent she is or some shit. And I'm supposed to go to therapy to learn to live with it. I just feel lost and tired right now. If I can't live with it, and it really feels like I can't, and she won't stop doing it, knowing what it's doing to me in our relationship, I'm afraid it's an irreconcilable difference and we'll have to separate. But you guys are gonna get a house together. Like, what are we fucking doing? I'm so sorry. If you write in one paragraph, we're trying to buy a house together, and then 3 paragraphs down, you're like, I think we're gonna have to separate. Don't buy a house together. It's the dumbest reason ever, but there it is. Am I overreacting because my wife refuses to compromise on a haircut that is ruining my mental health? Okay, I'm just going to read the edit now because I just want to be done with this idiot. Edit, thank you to everyone that took the time to write more than insults and telling me I have mental issues, in parentheses, which isn't news to me and shouldn't be to you if you read the very first sentence on this post. Oh. Okay, maybe I understand the autism thing. I don't know. Like, I understand maybe with the autism thing, but even then, I still think it's a you issue. Like, you have to learn how to deal with it, not she has to bend to what you need, but whatever, bro. Did you forget that detail? Kind of. More that I just didn't really take it in consideration, but I don't think it changes anything for me. Thanks especially to Glad Talk for making me face that I'm being emotionally abusive. I'll have to see how I can get out of this mess now. What does that mean? Like you're going to break up with them? Oh, fuck, they have all their shit hidden. God damn it. Okay, whatever. Fuck. Fine, bro. Just fine. Okay, I'm not gonna read that holy cope. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of how I felt about it. Like, Jesus, get a grip, dude, and stop blaming this shit on your mental issues. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong for that because like I am not as heavily on like an autism scale as like other people. So I can't pretend like I understand that. But like to me, there's just something wrong about, I don't like this haircut. I'm demanding my partner change that, and then I'm going to tack that onto my autism. I don't know why that feels wrong to me. Like, to me, it's not like, oh, the autism is the issue there. The issue is you. Like, don't get me wrong, if your autism makes that worse, fine, but like, that still is a you problem. You have to figure out how to deal with it if you want to stay with this person. They shouldn't have to bend to your rules because you chose to marry this person and now you're going to go on this tirade about how they can't have a haircut that they like to have. Like, I just think that's all in all ridiculous. If they were doing something that genuinely inconvenienced your life, I think that's a topic of conversation, right? Like if someone texts and drives a lot and they're getting in a lot of car accidents, or even like when you drive with them, it makes you feel unsafe. That to me is something where I'm like, okay, yeah, they need to change that. But like a haircut is a fucking haircut, dude. Figure it out. I have autism and the sound of chewing drives me up the wall. However, I just put on my headphones and watch YouTube to drown out the sounds. Exactly. Don't get me wrong. Maybe you can tell the people in your life, like, hey, when you chew loudly, I like, it just bothers me. Like, and they can just, you can't just be like, don't ever fucking chew again. You can maybe be like, hey, can you just chew a little bit quieter? Like, but yeah, at the end of the day, that's a you problem, not a them problem, bro. I just can't imagine that, man. Someone on YouTube said somebody in mental health, yeah. Oh, sorry. Someone on YouTube said, as somebody in mental health, yeah, you have to manage your own triggers. I don't know who said that, but shout out you. I agree. Oh, that was Trash Cat. You have to manage your own triggers if you want to call it that. You cannot expect control over someone else's body. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Especially your partner, bro. Like, I think that's just the part that flabbers my gasps. Like, you married them knowing, I guess assuming knowing, And even if that's the case and she changed up her haircut, like, just, I don't know, bro. I'm trying to think. I'm like, if Sam got like a shaved cut, it wouldn't be like my favorite thing in the world, but I still like her and care about her enough to be like, all right, if this is what you want to rock, that's what we're rocking. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just can't understand how you could be like, this haircut disgusts me. Like, bro, that's the love of your life. Allegedly. I don't know. What if, God forbid, she got cancer and lost her hair? For real. Get over it and lock the fuck in, dude. I don't know what to tell you. All right, chat. We will react to this video and then we will end stream. All right, guys. Let me stop my recording for my editors and then start another recording. Why not? I actually don't even need to record this, but I'll just do it anyways. Chat. If you guys are on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream. We got 105 people watching, 85 likes. Can we at least get that to 90, y'all? If you haven't liked up the stream yet, please do so. If you guys are on the Twitch, make sure to follow no matter where you're at. Turn on the post noties so you can be notified whenever I go live, baby. Wow, I refreshed my Twitch because I thought it was stuck at 54 viewers, and then it dropped to 50. Cool. Not going to do that again. Okay, chat, let's do it. Let's do it. We got a good video that we're reacting to today. I saw it. I like the thumbnail. Wow, and there's already people fucking copying the video. That's so crazy, man. That's so crazy. All right. Here we go, y'all. The recession has finally hit the influencer economy. I was just super intrigued by this video. It's from Ashley Embers. As always, everything's going to be linked down below. Go support the original creator. I'm very interested in watching this because, like, I feel like I'm a unique creator where I am just solely working on AdSense and stuff. But there are plenty of ways to monetize being a creator that I have been suspicious is going downhill a little bit. Especially with all the crazy shit going on, especially with, like, not a lot of jobs in America right now. I just feel like there isn't as much money flowing, but let's just see it. Let's just see it, y'all.
I think all these influencers are lying about being rich. I'm almost at 1 million followers. Broke as fuck.
We know that the recession is here because these influencers at Coachella look like ass.
So a lot of these influencers...
Wait, that is such a great recession indicator. Yo, these influencers look like shit at Coachella. We're going downhill. Low key, she might be cooking.
There's people nowadays, they take their quick little money, they spend it all, then they have a Lambo, and then they're broke in 6 months.
Yes, I make $400,000 a week, but if you want, buy my course.
Likes are not paying anymore, and brand deals are actually drying up.
Guys, when I tell you, I haven't made $1 since February. $1. Not one email.
Here's the day in the life of an influencer living in Los Angeles who can't pay her mortgage.
Invest in a galaxy, bro. I'm gonna get a galaxy, guys. Send me something and tell me to live in.
Oh, you know it's bad when Alex Earl is commenting on her own post saying, "Why am I shadow banned?"
Say this is someone who's meeting a lot of influencers now day to day. They're in credit card debt.
Okay, wait. That is so true. I've always said this. A majority of creators that I've met are so bad with their finances, bro. They're bad at paying taxes. They're bad at managing their money. They have a spending problem. Like, I've met creators who will land like $12,000 brand deals and spend the money before the brand even pays them. Like, they know the money's coming, so they can just throw it on a credit card. And, like, if y'all know anything about brands, it's like they do not pay invoices on time. Like, they know that creators do not have, like, the lawyers to enforce a net 30 payment, and they will just drag that shit forever.
Resentment, quite like watching someone unbox a $15,000 handbag while you're wondering if you can even afford rent next month.
Well, this is like not bad.
For years, that's been the internet's great divide. Millions of people struggling through layoffs, inflation, and a cost of living crisis, while the influencers lived their best lives, flaunting $200 candles, renovating mansions, and floating from one luxury vacation to the next.
Bro, this is why I kind of had an issue with making that video and why I was so nervous about it. That's what it feels like when I do it. Like, I feel really bad, like, flaunting my shit on y'all. And, like, it blows my mind how much influencers, like, don't care about that. Specifically TikTok influencers. They're like, oh, I just want my life to look fucking sick as hell 100% of the time. I think that content is low-key bullshit. Like, they are just doing that to, like, make themselves look cooler.
Candles, renovating mansions, and floating from one luxury vacation to the next.
We're in Africa and I got a frozen brown elephant, which is Coca-Cola. Hello.
But oh, how the tables have...
I will say, sorry, I'll stop pausing the video so much, but I think it's so funny, like, watching other people make content, because I bet this looks really stupid. Like, if you guys were to watch me from the outside, like, I'm talking to a bunch of fucking computer screens. Sorry, I think that shit's funny.
Turned because suddenly we're seeing influencers scramble. Everywhere you look, creators are selling questionable courses, promoting shady products, and squeezing every last dollar out of their audiences. The truth is,
not me though. Sorry, I had to suck my own dick there.
No matter how polished their Instagram stories look, the recession is catching up to the creator economy, and the era of easy money online may be coming to an end. So that's what we're going to unpack today: the collapse of the influencer gold rush, the creators who are left panning for scraps, and why the promise of influencer freedom was always too good to be true.
Okay, the spending spiral, let's
so
go.
The first thing we need to address is the fact that a lot of influencers have been faking success the whole time. Because while some of them do make boatloads of money, as it turns out, many of them are just trying to fake it till they make it to that level of success.
Why are influencers so broke? Why literally this week did I get like 6 calls from different creators that have so many followers being like, do you think I could do UGC? Like, why are you LARPing then? Like, why are you making it seem like you live this grand life?
The moment that truly shattered the influencer facade, as we all remember, was back in 2020 when the story came out that influencers had been renting a fake private jet set, pretending that they were living their best lives 35,000 feet above ground, which is hilarious, but also is a tale as old as time in the influencer world. Ever since—
Yeah, that is very common. Like especially, there's different methods that influencers do this, like renting cars is a big one, buying chains that aren't real is a really big one, buying fake watches because you can't tell from like an Instagram video if a watch is fake or real. Like, it happens all the time, man.
Since the peak of the YouTube days, up-and-coming influencers have been performing wealth that they don't have, betting that the payoff eventually will outweigh the price tag. That price tag included designer clothes, Airbnbs, supercars, and even renting out mansions, all as an investment in their future.
When I tell you the money back then on YouTube was absolutely insane. I was only 19 when I started my YouTube channel, and as you can imagine, all of that money at such a young age came with a lot of frivolous spending. Now the proud owner of a bunch of designer bags.
Because when you logged online and saw—
That's actually such a big problem, is like people see the money and they immediately go to buying frivolous things. Like, when my YouTube channel popped off, chat, the first thing that I started spending my money on was an editor to like save me time. Like, that's the problem, is creators don't think like that, because creators aren't like, I'm very business oriented. I'm always like, that's how I run my shit, is very business-esque. A lot of creators aren't like that, because they're like her, where like she said like, oh, I just blew up at 19 and I had no idea what I was doing. That's a majority of creators, unfortunately.
Frivolous spending. Now the proud owner of a bunch of designer bags.
Because when you logged online and saw Jake Paul flying on a private jet, literally waving money around like confetti.
We made like $1 million off of YouTube from vlogging.
It's easy to justify your spending.
Okay, that actually is probably true though. YouTube before, when did that happen? I want to say it was like 2016. YouTube money was so much crazier back in the day, because there wasn't like, YouTube wasn't like sectioning off audiences based off of like how much each audience is worth. They were just paying the big bucks for advertising. And it wasn't until the platforms like cracked down on them for that they actually changed something about that.
Influencer Lizette shares her story of this pressure, said here she took on $10,000 in credit card debt in the mid-2010s, trying to mimic the carefree, fun, and busy influencer lifestyle that dominated Instagram at the time. Taking a trip to Austin, shopping at influencer favorite stores, or dining at trendy new restaurants. You feel like you have to put up this interesting lifestyle, less so a premium lifestyle. It's like, oh, I have things going on every day, don't you see? And I think especially during the 2010s, when aspirational content was at its peak, essentially dominating the space, there weren't many other options besides portraying a curated, living my best life aesthetic if you wanted to gain traction online. Like, just look at the fact that one of the most popular corners of YouTube was haul content. The more shopping bags you had in the thumbnail, the more views you would get. So that's where the facade began, but fast forward to the present day, and money is still a fickle thing in the influencer industry. Because even if all—
Yeah, I think like that day and age of content being like aesthetic and like the rise of the influencer, I think that's almost gone nowadays. Don't get me wrong, there will always be some people influencing, but I think nowadays people aren't on these social platforms to like look at Kim Kardashian's lifestyle or anything like that. Like, I think when people go online now, they want to be entertained, they want to be educated. So I think content creators are going to be more of the future, especially as we go along and these algorithms get better, because like at the end of the day, that will always be more entertaining than like, oh, look, here's this good looking guy or girl that I have to compare myself to or like want to become. Like, I just think that's becoming less desirable and also just more known to be fake. That being said, I think content creators need to be better at the business side. I've met so many content creators that are just objectively bad business people. And like somebody said it, I think it was Trash Cat, financial literacy needs to be taught more. Not just broadly, but also in the creator space. I think creators who, like, if I'm going to be really honest, y'all, and you guys have seen my numbers, if you're a creator making like $4,000 to $5,000, don't quit your day job. Or excuse me, $4,000 to $5,000 a month, don't quit your day job. Seriously, $4,000 to $5,000 is not that much after you take into account taxes and other expenses to like make your content happen. Which I know for the normal person or like anybody who isn't like business savvy, $4,000 to $5,000 a month sounds really good. It sounds like the move. And yes, you can make it work, but that is not enough. Like, you need to be making a good amount of money consistently before you can even contemplate going full time with it. I will never understand copying someone's lifestyle. The odds of you making it is like them fixed with factors. You will never probably reach their status. I agree. They just feel so inauthentic. I agree with that, Kitten Mittens. 100%.
That investment paid off and you're one of the lucky ones who made it in the industry, getting into partnership programs and the brand deals start rolling in. That doesn't necessarily mean you've achieved the American dream or that your bank account reflects your success.
I will say along with that, y'all, and I'll get into this later because they haven't even brought up brand deal stuff. Brands, especially if you're small, will relentlessly try to undercut you. I recently got reached out for a brand deal. My price, I don't want to say my price actually out loud, but my agent quoted a price that to me was fair because I don't advertise to you guys and I don't want to advertise anything to you guys unless I fuck with the product. I just saw their product and I kind of fucked with them. We advertised the price, or we put out a price. They undercut it by, hold on, let me do the math. Almost 5x. They counteroffered 5 times less than the amount that I said that I wanted to do it at. Because these brands are just so used to being able to take advantage of these creators. Also, Marie, are you here? Hi. Do you need anything from me? Oh, yeah. Chat, give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Sorry, I'm still... Sorry, guys, my assistant's here. I just needed to make sure she was all good to go to get work done. All right, I don't know if I completed my thought here, but let's just keep going.
Really mean you've achieved the American dream or that your bank account reflects your success.
I'm not the most financially responsible person in the world. I feel like the second I do a brand deal, I have the money, and I don't, and I spend it like I have it because I know it's coming.
Because what
did I say? What did I say? And that's the problem too, chat, is like people kind of glorify that process of like, oh, I don't have the money. I have no idea what I'm doing, but like, haha, hee hee, I'm just a girl. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm all for like a I'm just a girl joke here and there. But when it comes to putting yourself in a financially irresponsible place, we should not be normalizing that. I think that's dangerous because then that encourages somebody else to do the financially irresponsible thing.
usually comes next. That's right, lifestyle inflation. To maintain the illusion of success online, you spend more of what you're making, racking up views in the process by flaunting your new high-class lifestyle.
Over the last
Real quick, thank you guys for letting me just be able to sit behind my desk and not have to do this shit. Like, thank you guys for being okay with my broke-ass boy interior decorated room and being like, yeah, we'll watch your shit. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate y'all. All right. I am forever blessed that I don't have to fucking worry about that shit. There is no lifestyle inflation that needs to happen here because my lifestyle's like here.
few weeks, I've been really purging my house and especially my
I am not okay with it. I demand a shelf. That's so fair, Shrek. That's so fair, bro.
Class lifestyle.
Over the last few weeks, I've been really purging my house and especially my closet and just getting rid of so much that I don't use anymore. And one thing I realized is I have purchased way too many designer bags that I literally never use. I feel like it's just one of those things where when you finally have the opportunity to purchase designer items, you just get really excited. And you don't really think about what you're buying, but because it has a designer label, it makes you excited and you purchase it.
The problem.
This might be controversial. I think designer items are so fucking stupid. Even if you're making good money, I think it's the dumbest fucking thing you can spend money on. Like, and I think there's guy versions of that too. Like, I think, well, there are guy designer items as well. But like, I would say the same thing about like fancy cars and shit. Like, why are you spending money on that shit? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Being that when the influencer money inevitably dries up, which usually does happen to some extent, you're stuck with the bills from the lifestyle you built at your peak. So you're either forced to go into debt keeping up with appearances or downgrade your lifestyle substantially with nothing to show for your success.
This girl got on here and was talking about how influencers are going to be broke soon. And it's comparable to professional athletes because most of them, like 70 to 80%, end up going broke. And the main reason is because they buy a bunch of stuff like houses, cars, whatever, for themselves, for their families. And then when it's time to pay and they're out of the league, like there's literally no money left.
There's no better example of this than a few years ago when Jason Nash, who we all remember from David Dobrik's Vlog Squad, but he was the talk of the town because he was begging for money on TikTok Live, even though he should be set up for life.
Bro, that was so crazy. That was a wild time, bro. Scrolling on TikTok and seeing Jason Nash begging people for TikTok donos.
Life, given how much money he was making at his peak.
Like $250,000, $300,000.
Through what, sponsors and stuff
Through
like
sponsors.
that?
In a podcast.
To be fair, that man has an ex-wife, a new wife, and like 2 kids that he looks like he's a good dad for. I'm just saying, like, that money can go by fast if you're living in LA, being a, you know, I'm just putting that out there. I don't know. I don't know what the public opinion about Jason Nash is. From my understanding, it's not bad, but I don't know. Maybe people hate him because he still hangs out with David Dobrik or something like that.
He was asked about this and why he doesn't just.
The thing is, Sarby, we like you because you are legitimately a real person where these influencers come across as fake, and I myself don't find the least bit impressive. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, guys. I think YouTube, especially streaming as well. Don't get me wrong, there are some streamers that are like lifestyle inflating a little bit, but I think it's more maintainable as a streamer because I think the audience connections between streamer and stream viewer are more sticky than like a TikToker. Like, to be honest, I think most of the people that she's talking about are TikTok people because the nature of TikTok is inauthentic as fuck. You guys come to my streams or watch my YouTube videos, and my average view durations are like 45 minutes. You guys hang out with me for a long time. On TikTok, they're getting 30-second videos, right? So, like, for me to be able to fake a lifestyle, that'd be so hard. That would be so hard for me to fake that lifestyle here. Whereas on a TikTok, like, if I went to a house and just pretended like, oh, yeah, like, I'm looking at this house. Like, you know, like, you could do that. You can almost, like, deceive or... I don't know if deceive is the right way to put it, but just like give people the wrong idea or like mislead. Yeah, I guess it is deceiving. Mislead them to think one thing when it's actually the other. That is more easily done on TikTok than like a fucking live stream where I'm sitting here and I just have to like be myself or else what are we at? Like fucking 3 hours and 40 minutes? Like I just can't be fake for 3 hours and 40 minutes. That would be impossible.
Get a normal job, and he simply says that he can't. Sure.
Would I be on TikTok Live if I wasn't in like a financial hole?
Oh, sorry guys, I missed this. Hold on, let me see this.
About this.
$250,000, $300,000.
Through what, sponsors and stuff
Through
like
sponsors.
that?
In a podcast, he was asked about this and why he doesn't just get a normal job, and he simply says that he can't. Sure.
Would I be on TikTok Live if I wasn't in like a financial hole? I don't know. Probably not. It is what it is.
Since then, we've also seen Tara Lynn, an OF and TikTok creator who...
Respectfully, why would you? Listen, I don't know how much he made off of TikTok Live, but I'm sure he made way more doing that based off of his current existing following than if he would have gotten a 9 to 5. And you get all the tax benefits of owning your own business. Don't get me wrong. I would just much rather get a job. But like, if he's down to do that, I don't know. I don't want to hate on him for it. Me personally.
It is what it is.
Since then, we've also seen Tara Lynn, an OF and TikTok creator who rode the same riches to rags roller coaster. She blew up during the pandemic TikTok boom and leveled up her lifestyle, which included buying a mansion in California.
When I bought this house, I was like making so much more money than I do now because my OF was just doing better. So I was making all this money. I got approved for a $6 million loan. I was like, but I had already
No. Please tell me she didn't buy a $6 million house, please.
this house, and this house was on the market for 3.8.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, like I'm lowballing it right now. Like so I think I took out, I don't know, I put like $1 million down, and then I did renovations. So like my minimum mortgage payment right now is $25,000 a month.
But the money
I mean, I know those OnlyFans girls get bread, but like $25,000 a month for 30 years, chat. Like, girl, if you're gonna put $1 million down, buy in $1 million house. And like, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible, by the way. Like, if you're an OnlyFans girl, I've always said this: get your bag, queen. Get your bag. That being said, that doesn't last forever, bro. If you're young and hot, like, yeah, the bread's gonna come in, but like the turnover in terms of new OnlyFans creators and like respectfully, like you're gonna get old and wrinkly eventually. Like, that's not something that can keep a 30-year mortgage going, bro. $25,000. Okay, I feel so much better. I stress. You guys have seen my numbers, so you know I could afford it. Like, I stress over like a $3,000 mortgage. I was literally having a conversation with my realtor about like, that stresses me out. I don't think I want that. I want something that's like easily maintained, that if shit hit the fan with my business, I could still pay for it. You know, like 25,000. Sorry. Just having a little wow. Just wow.
Did eventually slow down, and as she shared in multiple TikToks, she couldn't afford her $25,000 a month mortgage payments anymore.
And I used to be making enough money to cover that. I am no longer, and I'm very transparent about that.
Alas, Tara shares that she inevitably had to sell her house and is trying to live within her means now. The overarching theme
good
here
for her.
is that it's
Sounds like it was a good learning moment for her. You know what? W. Took her, and maybe too. Maybe she isn't at, like, I'm lucky. I got Kathy in my corner. Like, shout out my mom. She gives me so many tips to like not end up like this. But wow, just wow, what a hole.
It's all too common to have too much success with too
Invest and buy up. I agree with you, PB. Like, that's the move. You have to invest and buy up. You like, your first house, respectfully, should be very manageable. I believe that. Like, even when you get your first apartment, I think it should be very manageable. No more than, I'd say, 33% of your income. Like, why roll the dice, you know?
To be making enough money to cover that, I am no longer, and I'm very transparent about that.
Alas, Tara shares that she inevitably had to sell her house and is trying to live within her means now. The overarching theme here is that it's all too common to have too much success with too little financial literacy, which brings us to influencer giftings. Pretty much every scroll session, you're bound to stumble upon a hashtag gifted post where a creator shares how a brand hooked them up with some free product that they didn't expect and are so grateful for. The problem with this is that it's not just a present from your aunt. It's a business transaction dressed up in gift language, even if there's no contract signed. Meaning that gift is compensation, and so the market value of whatever you received is still taxable income. And so to the unfortunate surprise—
Huh? Holy shit, I didn't know that. Wow. Yo, I'm pretty well versed on all this shit. I had no clue. That's actually fucked up. Holy shit. I don't want any. If that's true, that's fucked up. How do I have to deal with the tax implications of a business gift? Wow. Wow.
Value of whatever you received is still taxable income. And so, to the unfortunate surprise of some influencers, by the time tax season rolls around, they receive tax bills for all the giftings that brands sent them and wrote off to the IRS as marketing expenses.
As an influencer, I received a 1099 that said that I was compensated $63,000 for the year of 2023, when, spoiler alert, I didn't even make half of that in the entire year from social media, let alone one collaboration.
This is real money they owe on physical products they received, and sadly, they can't just slice a Revlon lipstick into thirds and mail off 30% to the IRS. And so these influencers are stuck footing the bill even if they aren't making an income off of their socials yet, digging themselves into a financial hole that they weren't even aware of.
I want to get free stuff. No, you do not. No, you do not.
And it really
Oh my God. I'm so glad I'm not on people's PR list like that. Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. Ain't no way. That is, to me, that should be illegal, by the way. How the fuck is a brand gonna be like, yeah, we basically get free marketing for you and we're footing a tax bill on you? Everything wrong with America, chat.
even aware of.
I want to get free stuff. No, you do not. No, you do not.
And it really is tragic because with basic financial literacy, these creators would understand how taxes work, as well as the importance of setting money aside in savings for a rainy day.
Somewhere in the fine print of that PR, which I obviously didn't read, it states that you get taxed, and I had turned in a W-9 to them, but I didn't know what a W-9 was, so I didn't.
Okay, that makes me feel better because if I was working with a brand for PR and they went, hey, bro, you need to send us a W-9, that would have raised flags with me. Okay, I feel a little bit better. I was feeling really dumb there, but I'm feeling a little better. Dude. Well, now I feel bad because I've definitely asked for W-9s from people, but that's just because I have to pay them. But I don't think they totally understand what a W-9 is. Okay, I'm going to start explaining it to people whenever I ask them for it because, like, like, that's crazy. Like, if you're going to be doing contract work, you need to know what a W-9 is. Please.
I didn't know I was getting taxed.
But the unfortunate reality is that a lot of them don't even know.
Taxed, and I had turned in a W-9 to them, but I didn't know what a W-9 was, so I didn't know I was getting taxed.
But the unfortunate reality is that a lot of them don't even know that they need to set money aside for taxes, let alone when the brand deals dry up. But the moral of the story is that this is a common cycle in the influencer world. Lifestyle inflation catches up with you, and you're left with bills to pay and no money to pay them. Often this leaves people in an even worse position than they started with, relying on credit cards just to get by until their next big break. Speaking of financial literacy, a stat that surprised me was that about 82% of Americans don't
Sorry,
have
guys,
a high
we're going to
yield
skip the
savings
Chime
account.
sponsorship.
$50 bonus. So this brings us to our next uncomfortable truth, that the influencer industry in a lot of ways isn't all it's cracked up to be, which is tragic considering it's one of the last financial opportunities to get ahead for millennials.
Who submits a tax document without knowing what it is? Okay, to be fair, Love Akami, I don't think even the normal person knows what their tax documents they're actually doing, like, is actually doing for them. Like, I know I didn't when I was submitting, like, my W-2s, W-4s, and stuff like that. Like, I don't think a lot of people do understand that. That being said, I think there isn't an excuse if you're a business owner. If you're a business owner, you have to or you're like freelancing or something like that, you have to take the time to at least do some research on what tax documents you're using and why you're submitting them. Like if someone asked me for Like if someone asked me for a W-9, that goes off in my brain as, oh, they're going to give me a 1099 for something. What is that 1099 for? I ask them that. In this case, they would tell me, hey, your PR packages are taxed. I would be like, fuck no, don't send them to me. I don't want to get taxed on something that I'm not actually getting any money for. Sorry, guys. Just want to make sure.
So this brings us to our next uncomfortable truth, that the influencer industry in a lot of ways isn't all it's cracked up to be, which is tragic considering it's one of the last financial opportunities to get ahead for millennials and Gen Z, and now that's drying up too.
The reality of being a content creator with over 200,000 followers is I'm broke. I go viral literally every single week. Every week. I had $101 in my bank account yesterday.
Because while, yes, we see a lot of high-income influencers on our feed, they are the exception, not the average. In reality, most content creators, mid-level and micro, make just an average income. Less than 13%.
Okay, here's the only thing I'll say. I think the problem, and like everything she's saying is true, by the way. I just want to clarify that. But I think the problem is some people don't understand that you have to look for opportunities, not wait for them to fall in your lap, right? So like, and I agree with her. If you have 200,000 followers on like TikTok or Instagram, that doesn't mean shit. Even if you have that on YouTube, but they're all shorts followers, doesn't mean anything. Does not matter. Like that doesn't, like brands are working from the top up. They usually want to work with the top people. With 200,000 followers, you're still at the bottom of the barrel. And even then, you're going to get lowballed. What I will say is like, I am master at uncovering monetization opportunities. So you know what? I will give you guys a little tip here. And anybody in my chat right now or who watches this video, you can take advantage of this. So this is clipping. Clipping is something that's been very popular as of recently because of streaming, where people, the base idea of it is that people will pay other people to take moments from their streams, post it on TikTok with the chance that it goes viral, and then they get paid for that. And then they get paid for those views. Now, the thing is, there are now multiple variations of this, as well as multiple opportunities. So for example, if you're a TikTok creator not making any fucking money, let me help you. This is Clipping Hall of Fame. It's actually run by a company that my friend, shout out Kai, he owns this company. And one of the things that they do is they do clipping. Now, they'll do clipping for stuff like if one of their creators decides to do a brand deal and the brand wants more vision on it, they can upcharge a clipping campaign where they pay people to like clip out moments from that brand activation to promote it further on social and maybe make it go viral. That's kind of the way that I've been using it recently. But if you're a TikTok creator, there are literal campaigns where they will pay you $12.50 every 10,000 views that you get on TikTok. So if you're a TikToker that gets a good amount of views, you can literally get paid to promote this audio on TikTok. And there's no cap to how many videos you post, by the way. The more, the better. So, like, if I was a broke TikToker, I would just spam the fuck out of this audio, bro. Like, I would make 15 videos a day. 10 out of the 15 would be using this audio. Like, it's really... I'm going to send the link to this, by the way, for any of y'all. Just in case any of you guys, like... Okay, I don't think there's actually an error there. Just in case any of y'all are on TikTok and you're looking to make money, like this is legitimately a great way to do that. You can just put the audio behind like content that you'd make anyways and make money off of it. I honestly, if I wasn't lazy, I should try this on my own personal TikTok on my Reading Reddit ones, but like I don't need to. So like I don't want to. So it's just stuff like that where like while it is hard and hasn't been easy to monetize in a long time, there are ways. And these creators aren't business savvy. They're not looking for these opportunities. Like if I'm a creator, I'm hitting up a big or small, I'm hitting up record labels to build personal connections with them to promote their music. It's been known that one of the best ways that you can, one of the best ways that you can make your songs go viral is to have a strong TikTok strategy. I would literally set up an email to reach out to any record label that I can find, buy LinkedIn Premium, and DM people on LinkedIn asking them if you can make them content on their with audios that they're trying to promote and give them a really good deal. Like, I just really think, while yes, these influencers don't have the money coming in like they used to, there's still opportunities, and like, you got to figure it out. If you want to become a creator, you can't just sit there and be like, where are my opportunities? Why aren't they falling from the sky on my lap? I got you, PB. I got you. Genuinely, anybody, I would like, bro, it would be so, if I wasn't doing this full time, it would be so easy for me to make money from these clipping campaigns.
Of all online influencers cleared over $100,000 average income. Less than 30%, most content creators, mid-level and micro, make just an average income. Less than 13% of all online influencers cleared over $100,000 last year. Nearly 50% made just $15,000 or less.
Here is every single dollar that I've made from social media in the last couple months. I made $1,000 in March, $1,000 in February. January was a good month. Hey, December 14th, $700. November, $700 and $600.
Brantley is a perfect example of this as a full-time creator for 3 years with more than 400,000 followers and averaging 100,000 views per video. His income last year was less than the median annual pay for full-time US workers in 2023, $58,000.
Okay, to be fair though, this is what you sign up for when you work, exclusively focus on TikTok. TikTok only pays well, from my understanding, for content that covers TV shows, automotive content, educational content. There's one more. I cannot remember for the life of me what it is. But those ones, even then, they have to be high quality. Like, they have a specific payment structure called, like, specialized rewards for those. Other than that, if you make any other type of content, you can be expected to pay close to nothing. Like, this is why I'm such a big advocate for YouTube. Figuring out a long-form YouTube strategy is because this is what you're going to have to deal with. If you want to be just a TikToker, that's fine. But you're either going to have to heavily rely on brands or get paid shit by TikTok.
Which is very eye-opening, considering that the common assumption is that if you have a big following, you have a big income to match. But as it turns out, the less talked about side of the influencer industry is that most creators are in fact not rolling in it. If anything, the influencer industry is just another subset of our late-stage capitalist society, reflecting the same wage gap we see in the broader economy. A small percentage at the top capturing the majority of the wealth, while everyone else fights over scraps.
De-influencing you from wanting to become an influencer, let's cover my income that I made in September, okay, and October. So ads, I made $2,242.43, not that bad. TikTok Creator Fund was $136.12. Links, I made $82.94, which surprised me because I really don't post a ton of links, but
Another little tidbit for the gal influencers out there, y'all should be doing like to know it. If you have a good like to know it, oh, sorry, maybe it's link to know it, LTK, whatever that stands for. If you have a good strategy, I know people who are making bank with those. Just saying, just throwing those out there.
Grand total was $2,461.49.
But there is a reason why we have this perception of influencer tax brackets, because it used to be a huge cash cow, right?
A little over $275,000.
Like the girlies back in the day really were just posting school morning routines and room tours and making hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We were making money in 2016.
Can we talk about that? The views.
Yeah, like I mentioned, YouTube AdSense in 2016 was fucking crazy, bro.
They're not the same anymore.
No.
Like, I'm not kidding. Do you remember this? We were like some of the only people posting a lot. Like there was like not that many people. So You know, I'm not kidding. I would be like #2 trending for a video called like.
Link doesn't work. I might not be able to send it out. I did get that little error. Hold on. Let me see if I can get that for you guys. Hold on. Let me drop their Instagram. Maybe you can go to their Instagram or something. Okay, here's a Twitter link. Let me see if this helps. Actually, let me check it for you guys. Whoops. Oh, that's not. Okay, let me just click that. Maybe it's this? Oh, here we go. Here, I'll just drop this, chat. There we go. By the way, I should say that's not sponsored or anything. I know the guy who owns the company that runs it. He's a great guy, so I'm guessing his company is also great. Yeah, I just like clipping is such an easy way to make money, especially if you just know what you're doing on socials and you want to get better at it. Yeah, man, I recommend it for anybody.
At the pump. So, you know, I'm not kidding. I would be like #2 trending for a video called like at the pumpkin patch, 4 million views. You'd make 20 grand, and it was like whatever.
No, it's
Like, it was
crazy.
crazy. It's not the same anymore.
Can we drop a monthly number? Like, can we
back
get
in
real?
the day? Oh my God, or now? Yes.
So like what? Like an AdSense check from like, let's peak month would be like Christmas, December.
Oh yeah,
December 2016. Like the check
was
would
making 100 grand.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
But that just isn't the reality anymore. And I think there are two
Crazy.
main factors at play here that ended the gold rush. For one, as much as every influencer coach will say that it's never too late to get started in this industry, the truth is that social media has become very saturated when compared to the early days.
I feel like every single person is an influencer now, and I love that. If that is like your goal and your dream, that's amazing. But it's also so scary how competitive that energy is now.
The biggest turning point being the TikTok boom, where suddenly all you needed was a smartphone and something interesting to say, and anyone could become an influencer.
Why is it so
and that was
cropped
great,
in
right?
on
Like
her?
it's
That was like, why are we so zoomed in, dog?
awesome that the barrier to interesting to say, and anyone could become an influencer. And that was great, right? Like it's awesome that the barrier to entry was lowered so much that anyone could change their life just by putting themselves online. But this oversaturation has had its impact on what it takes to make a living on social media. For one,
I mean, I think it's too, like, you can't be an influencer and rise the same way that it was back in the day, right? Like, I think back in the day, there was not that saturation there. So people were just looking for who to follow, who to obsess over. And now you have so many options and the algorithms are so good. You need to find a way to stand out. Like, I genuinely think that's the only reason I'm here, is I just found a way to stand out in a niche that was already saturated and was able to pop through. And I'm also able to maintain that consistently. Like, if you guys look from the day that I popped off till now, I've taken very few weeks off. There were maybe, I would argue, like maybe 4 or 5 weeks since I popped off. Maybe a little bit more than that. But like, I would say max like 8 to 12 weeks I've actually taken off from this, because like staying relevant and staying consistent is the name of the game. And also too, like I'm making long form content that people are spending time with me on. So that also, and I'm not going to get into this, but that allows me to have the luxury of like taking more time, because it's hard for people to forget about me. Like if I don't upload, people will literally, like I've had comments where people are like, did you die? If I take like a week or 2 off, I think I took like 1 or 2 weeks off, didn't upload a video, and people were like, did you die, bro?
with more creators online, there's a higher competition for views, making it harder than ever to build your page. And so nowadays, you do have to work harder than just doing a silly dance on TikTok to go viral. As well, with there being more creators online, the money being spent in the industry gets spread out thinner among them. We see this play out with brands who now disperse their budgets instead of dumping huge lump sums on single creators, which decreases everyone's income. As this creator shares,
wait, hold on, I want to read that. What does that
play
say?
Out with brands, the money being dispersed.
When a brand doesn't have a budget to pay creators to use their content, Oh yeah, and their yearly revenue is $1 billion. I mean, that's just what those brands do, bro. They're trying to figure out, how can I get this advertisement as cheap as possible?
In the industry gets spread out thinner among them. We see this play out with brands who now disperse their budgets instead of dumping huge lump sums on single creators, which decreases everyone's income. As this creator shares, I noticed the pay was downtrending in 2022. There are people already at, I can't pay my rent, I've got to crowdfund my rent. I jumped out before it got that bad. The ROI on creators overall shifted. Brands and marketing budgets have shifted. A lot of those things changed. Honestly, there are too many creators. Add to that the sponsorship problem. Most influencers rely on sponsorships for their livelihood because platform partnership programs simply don't pay
What is that, like 70%? Brand deals, ad share, started own brand, affiliate links, courses, no income, tips, and other. Whoo! Yeah, y'all, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm very lucky and in a unique situation where I can only rely on my AdSense, my ad revenue. That being said, I think if you have a dedicated enough audience, and granted, this is all coming from my ass, like, I genuinely don't know this for reals, but my thought has always been, if I wanted to start a Patreon, that would actually be extremely profitable for me, because I've just always assumed, like, I have a great connection with my audience, that if I told them, like, hey, if you're interested in supporting me because I need to fund myself better, and I give you something that actually is worth you paying $5, $10, $15 a month for, like, I can give that to you. Like, I don't know. I think Patreon's very good for at least long form creators. I don't think it works for like TikTokers or something like that.
Rely on sponsorships for their livelihood because platform partnership
By the way, Monica, thank you for hopping over to the stream. Glad my Spotify algorithm is algorithming. And Chicken, brands are just generally trying to fuck the little guy over. I agree with that. Because it's not about, hey, we should pay this creator what's fair or what makes sense for them. It's like, how do I tell my superiors I got the most bang for our buck?
problem. Most influencers rely on sponsorships for their livelihood because platform partnership programs simply don't pay very well. But that means influencers are only as wealthy as their audience because brands expect sales. And the thing is, audiences are struggling these days.
Some of these influencers are so out of touch. It's insane. I was just on Instagram scrolling through a holiday gift guide from this one influencer. 3 things. She had a $700 YSL clutch. Who is gifting that? She had a pair of socks for $125, and she had a mini hairbrush for $140. What are we in this economy? And this economy.
This is, of course, because of the recession.
Bro, that is very out of touch. $125 for the socks. I kind of want to see what those socks were. I've never in my life, I don't think, seen $125 socks.
In this economy and this economy.
This is, of course, because of the recession, which has officially been declared in Canada anyway, but is still looming in America. But whatever you call it, a real recession or a vibe session, it's finally catching up with the influencers. The brands signing their checks are taking note and tightening budgets in response to the economic climate. All the way back in 2022, a study found that 6% of businesses were reducing their marketing budgets. Since then, a more recent survey found that 42% of companies are making that move. And it's only continued to dry up because the whole point of influencer marketing is to sell product. But when the consumer has less disposable income, there are fewer sales, which means brands aren't seeing the ROI they used to.
You sort of, I mean, I didn't anticipate this, but people associate coming off Love Island that everyone's going to sign 6-7 figure deals with fast fashion brands, And I think the industry's evolved so much that that doesn't happen anymore.
Well, there was the whole who's getting the PLT deal.
Yeah.
That was like whenever anyone came out, it was like who's going to get that deal.
Doesn't happen anymore. It's not a thing.
Basically, we've come a long ways from the pandemic days where influencers were rolling in it when everyone was stuck at home with extra cash to spend on whatever creators were selling. Influencer Collie Marks, who has 53,000 TikTok followers, used to charge $550 for a sponsored TikTok post. Now most brands are offering her $350.
I mean, even that's crazy to me, bro. I know some people with way more followers than that charging pretty close to that price, if not a little bit more, depending on like the type of deal. But that's actually kind of a lot. Like, I'm not gonna lie, $550 for a 53,000 follower TikTok account. This might be kind of crazy, chat. I actually think $350 is what this would be worth in my head. Like, I'm trying to think. I have 115,000 followers on TikTok. I think if someone offered me $700 to $800 to do a brand deal on my TikTok, I'd actually heavily consider it. I would 100% consider that because I actually think that's relatively fair. On TikTok, especially. I don't know.
$50 for a sponsored TikTok post. Now most brands are offering her $350. I definitely still have a lot coming through my inbox, but I think a lot of brands aren't willing to pay the same amount they used to. The low proposition is a stark difference from last summer, when Mark said brands would offer her about $1,200 for a post. It's harder for me to say no to these collaborations because with everyone talking about this recession coming, I'm just gonna take what I can get and put that money into savings.
This is kind of a niche.
That devalues you though. I mean, I get it. Bro's got to pay his bills. I get that, but I don't know. That's just hard. That's just hard because I'm a firm believer that when other people take those deals, it gives those brands like a, oh, okay, like we can do this to other people, you know? Hey, see you fall, Raven.
Niche rant. So
I'm just going to take what I can get and put that money into savings.
this is kind of a niche rant. So let me just tell you what's going on with me right now because I think it's crazy. So I've been posting on here since 2020. I was able to actually over time, like after like a year or two, make a living off here, like getting the odd brand deal here. And that's not crazy money. Definitely not crazy. Then last year when I became a mom, I hit 1 million followers and my dad bought me a cake. November, I signed with management. Okay, so it's June. I no longer have that management. Guys, when I tell you, I haven't made $1 since February. Not $1. Not one email.
Looking at other revenue sources, pretty much everything has been affected. As you can expect, affiliate sales are down, which
Became a TikTok shop affiliate, but now no one is using my links. This grind is harder than it looks.
sources, pretty much everything has been affected. As you can expect, affiliate sales are down, which many influencers also rely on, and the platforms themselves are also pulling back on creator payouts. Seen here, Ben originally became popular on TikTok in 2022 because of his posts about the word puzzle game Wordle. The 29-year-old New Yorker eventually expanded into linguistic and other educational content, and by early 2023 was able to support himself and his bills of over $4,000 a month. TikTok has closed its fund since then, but was testing its creator rewards program. Ben said in March he received about $200 to $400 per million views, and it steadily declined since then, even as his follower count reached 2.5 million. The followers are still there, but the money isn't. He recently hit a new low, receiving only $120 for a video with 10 million views, which I acknowledge is hard to sympathize with. The influencer economy isn't exactly known for deserving public sympathy.
I am out of touch, first and foremost.
But realistically, it's not the
What a great clip. What a great clip to use. I think it's hard because I don't know, man. I think if you are reliant on your money coming from a brand, you are always going to be in a bad position because at the end of the day, like, they could decide to pull back. And I'm saying that as somebody who relies on YouTube and Spotify, where, like, don't get me wrong, they could definitely dial that back, but I've gotten to a point where, like, if they dialed it back, like, I would be able to move and shift and maybe, like, you know, work. How do I put this? Transition to other methods that I'd be able to, like, support myself. I feel like like with the girl that was like, oh, I got 1 million followers and signed to management and just expected the brand deals to come into my lap. Like, to me, that's not a creator. Like, to me, that's not a business owner. Like, you're just expecting somebody else to go out and get you money. Like, of course you're not going to get money. To me, I'm like, I think she would be better suited. her better business plan is to start making content around products that she uses with her kids and then has affiliate links set up. Like, I think that's better because that's completely on her. That's on her making videos that make those products go viral and then therefore drive traffic to her affiliate links to make money. Like, the brand deals one to me is crazy because it's like, it doesn't, like, you are one of many clients of that management company. If they can't get their shit together or they just deem you not a top priority with their clientele, like that one kind of made sense to me. I was like, of course you didn't make money there, you know, unless you have somebody dedicated reaching out to brands, like, you're kind of in a pickle.
Serving public sympathy.
I am out of touch, first and foremost.
But realistically, it's not the mega rich influencers flaunting their wealth who are struggling here. It's the middle class influencers getting a hard reality check, unable to rely on their income anymore.
When I first joined the TikTok Creator Fund at the tail end of 2024, all of a sudden, I was making money that it completely shocked me. There were months when I would make from TikTok alone. The highest was $2,400 in a month, okay? But like 1,000, 2,000, 2,400. And that happened pretty much up until the TikTok ban in January of 2025. But it just plummeted. By the time I took my break, the last few months, before that, I was maybe making $100 a month.
And I do think that's sad because these are just everyday people trying to turn something they love into a way to support themselves.
Don't get me wrong. I think these platforms need to do a better job at explaining how they're justifying paying creators. But like, to me, I always knew that the TikTok creator rewards program wasn't forever. And that's part of the reason why I wanted, like, y'all, I don't know if you know this, but I used to be like an Instagram and TikTok creator. Instagram had an incredible bonus program back in 2021. At the end of 2021, I got invited to a bonus program where I got paid $8,500 for 9 million views on my videos. That is insane. There was no way they were making their money back on that. They were purely paying me for like info data for themselves, as well as to incentivize me to keep making content on their platform, right? Like that's what recently happened with Facebook as well. Facebook was overpaying people, trying to get them to go from Instagram to Facebook or TikTok to Facebook. And now, like as of probably 2 months ago, Facebook doesn't pay shit anymore. Because that's what they do. That's how these platforms work. Is they bait and switch you. The platforms that haven't. This is why I'm such an advocate. This is why I'm such an advocate for YouTube. Like YouTube, even though they did have that like huge drop off, which didn't really have anything to do with like them trying to get people to the platform. That had more to do with advertisers standing up for themselves. But other than that moment, YouTube has always paid their creators as much as they can and been transparent about how that works. All these short form platforms don't do that. They're always in a race of trying to get more content for their platforms so that they can convince people that like that's where they need to post their short form content. Hey, what's up, Wacky Sensei? Yeah, the social media version of a pump and dump is such a great way to put it, Chicken Sandwich. It really is kind of a pump and dump. They're like, how do we give people money in the short term so in the long term, they are locked into posting to our platform, right? Because anybody who saw success on Facebook, they're going to be like, well, shit, I'm not getting paid here, but I have followers here. So I have to maintain this. I at least need to pay it. And now Facebook wins because they basically tricked you to post to their platform for pennies on the dollar. And now you're like locked into it. That's how it works. And like, if any creator needs to hear this, like that's how it's going to work forever on any short form platform.
Moving on, the dream of—
Last thing I'll say, sorry. I think a good principle is long form content helps you build consistent revenue you can rely on short form content is supplementary revenue. I don't think you should ever rely on short form revenue paying your bills in the long term. I don't even think you should necessarily with long form content in the super long term, but it's definitely better. It is what, like, there's a world where YouTube and Spotify stop showing my YouTube videos to people, and then I'm going to be in a pickle. But like, I can reliably I feel like I can rely on that much more than a short form platform, not only showing my videos, but paying me enough to pay my bills.
Moving on, the dream of the influencer has always been simple. Goof around and get rich. Well, as we've established, the get rich part was oversold, but what about the goofing around part? Because the thing is, even without boatloads of money, it's still a pretty sweet gig, right? You can do whatever you want, and as long as you film it, you get paid. Just look at the influencers of today. We have the city girl TikToker who spends her day vlogging walks to coffee shops, Pilates classes, running errands, and going out for dinner. In the gaming niche, influencers play video games all day and all night, cracking jokes in the live chat along the way. Or the travel vlogger who is always in a new country, exploring the world, and never tied down to a 9-to-5. All living idyllic lives. However, there is a side to this that is often too taboo to talk about. Because at the risk of sounding like Michaela, who famously said, just try being an influencer for a day. Kim Kardashian. Being an influencer is not always as dreamy as it seems. And in fact, there are some drawbacks. There's a reason why so many original influencers didn't stick around. Like Michelle Phan, one of the first beauty YouTubers, who walked away from her 9 million subscriber channel. And also why Mr. Beast recently said in an interview, if my mental health was a priority, I wouldn't be as successful as I am.
Listen, I know Mr. Beast gets a lot of flack for, and like, I think some of it is very deserved. Don't get me wrong. I, at the same time, look at him for guidance in what I'm doing because, like, he is 100% correct in that. Like, I think people who want to be influencers need to listen to what Mr. Beast says more carefully because, like, yeah, bro, I am constantly in mental turmoil and anxiety over the shit that I do. Granted, I've learned how to cope with it very well, but it's not for everybody. It really isn't. Like, having to deal with the comment section and like I pretty much at this point am completely cut off from the comment sections. Like, I don't look at them anymore because it's like, it's bad for your mental. And even further than that, the amount of work that you have to do for this shit is insane. Like, I'm going to hop off this 4.5-hour stream and do more work after this. After like an exhausting performance, I'm going to hop off this and try to do more work. Like, that in and of itself is just like I think people don't understand that. Like, it really is something that like, it looks like glamorous, and don't get me wrong, I think influencers do a bad job at communicating like how much turmoil you actually deal with because they all just want to show their sunshine and rainbow land. Like, that's why I honestly am not a big fan of like the TikTok influencer because it's fake as fuck. Like, nobody lives in that sunshine and rainbows land, but they convince you that that's what they live in.
And understand interview, if my mental health was a priority, I wouldn't be as successful as I am. To try and understand this, we should first lay the groundwork of what an influencer career lifespan actually looks like. Spoiler alert, longevity isn't really this industry's strong suit, because for every 15-year veteran that evolved through YouTube's early days and into short-form content or even branched into adjacent businesses, there are hundreds, if not thousands more, that hit their peak and never recovered from the fall.
When you see younger people say, you know, the number one
is that L Mills?
Dream for them is not, you know, astronaut or, you know, firefighter. It's YouTuber, it's influencer. What do you think when you see that?
I think that there is a shelf life on social media. It's so fast. It moves so quick. And I mean, especially now, like, people become super famous and super viral, and then you never hear them like 2 months later. So I guess I hope people are cautious of that.
In fact, even though there isn't an official lifespan for the creator economy, some put it at 3 to 7 years, which is so short, but
I do think virality does not have the same impact that it did back in the day. Like there's just so much virality going on. It doesn't, it's the next scroll, right? Like you see viral, if you scroll on Instagram, you're going to see 100 viral videos versus like back in the day, you'd see one viral video and it would be like the talk of the town. I just think because of these algorithms and platforms, like that just doesn't exist anymore.
Creator economy, some put it at 3 to 7 years, which is so short, but makes sense when you look at all the forces moving people through the industry. The reality of this job is that a lot of it is out of your control and the rules are constantly changing, which eventually weeds people out.
Why have all these YouTubers that were big in 2014, 15, 16, why have they now like walked away from their channels?
Partly because my audience have all grown up, or the audience I had back then, they've all got older. I presume a lot of the ones started watching me when they were 14, 15. They're all now in their 20s. They've got their own stuff going on, and the stuff that I knew how to make back then is not what they want to consume now as content.
Compared to back in the early days of influencing, when you could rely on building a loyal community that would, for the most part, keep up with your content, that's just not how the algorithm works anymore. In the modern day of influencing, followers and subscribers have become vanity metrics that don't play into how much exposure you actually get. Because the algorithm doesn't just choose what new viewers get offered your content, it also decides whether your current followers should see it.
My own followers have been telling me for months, maybe even a year at this point, that they never ever see my content. They have to manually look me up, and even at that, sometimes they'll see that they're not following me, even though they are.
As this influencer shares, I've got as many followers as Instagram decides I've got that day. I don't have 4 million followers. I probably got an average of 20,000 followers. This was a hot topic last year on multiple platforms.
Well, I mean, everything's on like the For You page now. Like it's not chronological. It's not, you know, like just because you follow somebody doesn't mean you're going to actually see them. Like you have to interact. Like there are friends of mine that they post consistently and I never see them because like now everything's so algorithm based. Instagram just wants you to get transitioned to their Reels section. You know, they want you to click into one and then keep scrolling through your Reels. Like that's what keeps you on their platform and makes them ad dollars. So yeah, it's just a natural transition there.
Platforms. We average of 20,000 followers. This was a hot topic last year on multiple platforms. We had beauty influencer Jaclyn Hill complaining in her mention that people don't watch her out of touch content anymore, which was a bad example as many pointed out. She probably doesn't get views because she isn't relatable to her audience. But she did have a point, as many Instagrammers will say they never reach their full audience in their stories, let alone posts.
I am like fighting. I feel like I am like trying to run through mud to connect with my followers at this point.
And this is because the algorithm prioritizes highly engaging content over basically anything else. It cares about keeping as many eyes on the site as possible, not about the individual creator, which makes creating content that much harder when every post is an uphill battle, not building on top of itself, rather fighting for attention on every post, which, as you can expect, can be exhausting.
Try being an influencer for a day. Try it.
Because compared to a normal job where you can build a reputation, a client base, and a trusted formula that works, creating content can feel like you're perpetually starting from scratch over and over again, hence the burnout.
This is me quitting being a full-time content creator. Hi, I'm Rachel. I've been a full-time travel content creator for years and traveling full-time for the last 8 years. For context, I've loved filming videos since before YouTube even existed. I went to film school and I know I'll always create videos, but turning it into my full-time main job in the past few years has absolutely changed the experience for me. At first, of course, it felt like freedom. I became my own boss, but over time, I got tired. I got tired of needing everything to perform. I got tired of tying my safety to algorithms that I don't control, and of course, relying on an income that spikes one month and then disappears the next. But mainly, I got tired of feeling like I always had to be visible to stay relevant.
Shared here, behind the scenes, creators say they need to constantly produce compelling posts or risk losing momentum. They spend their days planning, filming, and editing posts while also working to make inroads with advertisers and interacting with fans. It's a lot more work than people realize. This was also a big conversation in the YouTube world last summer, where a bunch of big creators complained that their views got cut nearly in half, all on the same day. I remember following.
Dude, it happened again this year too. Like, listen, I'm fine. I'm doing good, but like, I would be doing so much better if they didn't make that view cut. Like, I still don't really understand like why YouTube did that. I think if I had to guess, it had to be like a rich get richer type of thing, where they just want people pushed more to like a Mr. Beast video if they're not like a common YouTube user. That I'm still really confused why they did all that bullshit, and it's still in effect.
Following the change that their views got cut nearly in half, all on the same day. I remember following the drama.
Wait, I just realized they credited Ludwig's Lunwid channel. My boy has 7 million on the maid. Yo, that's Ludwin. Sorry. I'm just clowning, bro. I'm sorry.
I remember following the drama. They tried reaching out to their YouTube contacts who weren't very helpful, but eventually they figured it was some sort of combination of algorithm changes, ad restrictions, and something about AI. Either way, it goes to show that even channels with millions of subscribers aren't immune to the algorithm, and overnight the businesses that they spent decades building can come crumbling down.
From my understanding, what that was, and I guess I could be wrong about this, from my understanding, that was YouTube changed how many videos got pushed on their homepage. It switched from like 6 to like 3 because they made the thumbnails bigger. And then on top of that, it was also they changed the way that they pushed shorts. That's what I thought it was, but it could be all those. It could also be that as well as those other 3 things.
As Casey Neistat recently said, he no longer has any understanding of what YouTube's algorithm is optimized for. I do also have to mention that TikTok was the worst case of this whiplash, where it was going to be banned, and then it wasn't going to be banned, and then it was going to be banned, and then it was sold off. And I can only imagine the emotional roller coaster that those creators went through, unsure of whether their job will be around next month. And then as a cherry on top, when the sale of TikTok finally went through, an immediate algorithm change tanked a bunch of channels. One micro-influencer in the productivity niche documented a drop from 120,000 views on a standard morning routine video to just 31,000 after the update, even though the video used identical trending audio and caption structure.
And I know like views come and go, like it's all just up and down all of the time, but this has been going on for months. Like since October, November, my views just saw like a steep drop out of nowhere. I've seen other creators just like me, like same amount of followers, going through the exact same thing. So I don't think it's like a content thing. Like I think this is like a system problem.
Which, like, yes, I get it, boo-hoo, it's a silly thing to complain about, it's not the hardest job in the world, but it does go to show that being an influencer isn't all rainbows and butterflies. There is some work involved, and there's a lot of instability of how you're gonna pay your bills next month. This is what makes burnout culture so prolific, because everyone is running a million miles an hour trying to stay relevant. So much so that there's even a trend of influencers going back to their 9-to-5 jobs, because the pressure of virality became too much, and they missed the stability of regular jobs.
I quit so
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'll say, chat, I feel like we should, and I'll talk more about this, I think, after the video, we should notice how many people or influencers that we're talking about are TikTok related. I will talk about that in a second, but let me just keep going.
Social media full-time, got a 9-to-5, and I'm the happiest I've been in a very long time. Let's talk. I quit social media full-time.
Became too much, and they missed the stability of regular jobs.
I quit social media full-time, got a 9-to-5, and I'm the happiest I've been in a very long time. Let's talk about it. I know it's a hot take, especially because most people's journey goes in the opposite direction. I love social media. I've been doing it for 5 years. I can't imagine just not posting it all. It's second nature to me. But the truth is, social media is not what it used to be, and because of that, I no longer treat it the same either. But the part that nobody talks about is that the money is extremely delayed and can be deeply inconsistent. Brands can take 60 to 90 plus days to pay you, and sometimes even longer. Even with a manager bringing in deals, there can be dry spells, and that can really leave you panicked. Now with your 9-to-5, your traditional job, that paycheck is gonna hit your account every 2 weeks no matter what. Add benefits and job security, and you're quite literally sleeping better.
Also said here, it's like walking on.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't say this very much in like my Ludwig video, but if you're trying to become a creator, do not quit right away once you start making money. Like, I think working a job and doing creator stuff at the same time is one of the best scenarios they can be in, because that gives you freedom to do whatever you want. Like, if you're making money and then you're like, you know what, I don't actually enjoy what I'm doing, I'm gonna swap it. Like, still having a job and doing that gives you that freedom to do that. I think, like, if I always think about this, have you ever met somebody who like has a remote work from home job, but they're working like maybe 3 hours out of their, 8-hour shift? Like, that's a perfect, that's like my most ideal job if I was trying to become a creator. get a work from home job where you're not necessarily working all the time. You just have to be by your computer and work on your shit while you're waiting for that work to come in.
Benefits and job security, and you're quite literally sleeping better.
Also said here, it's like walking on eggshells and never knowing when the blanket is going to be slipped up from underneath your feet and you're going to be left with nothing, which is something that I definitely can relate to. Like, while I do think this is the best job, I mean, the basis of my work is deep diving into topics that interest me, and then I get to share with other people who are interested in it, which is really cool. But that's not to say that it doesn't come with some level of stress and insecurity. So while I'm fully enjoying this, I also have to be realistic that my job probably won't look like this forever. And while I'll adapt to the best I can, it's just such an unpredictable industry. So I just feel best taking it day by day and enjoying it as long as I can. To wrap this chapter up, I think we see this big rotation through influencers, partially because people have an inaccurate perception of the job. And then when they make it in and they see that it's not what they expected, it would make sense that many of them would either decide it's not for them or they just don't care to stick it out.
Hey, really quick, Campbell, thank you for the $5 dono. I will check out your fan art in the Discord later tonight. Thank you for doing that.
People say it's easy are so far out of their minds, try it for a day.
Okay, final thoughts. So as much fun as it is to see the influencer space crash and burn, I do still think it's sad because as it is—
Wait, actually, really quick, before she gets in her final thoughts, here's my kind of final thoughts after watching the video, and then I'll chime in. I think everything she's saying is super valid and makes sense. I think all of this has a lot of nuance to it. Like, I think my situation's very different than, like, anybody we've seen in this video. Because, like, the thing about my content, and this is something I recommend for anybody wanting to get into content, I can do the exact same thing over and over and over again. And I found that it works, right? And granted, don't get me wrong, the algorithms could fuck me. To be honest, they have. Like, with what she was talking about, the YouTube change, like, that kind of fucked me. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm still fine. I'm still doing good. But if those numbers had continued to this year would be, like, even more different than it currently is. That being said, I have, like, a repeatable thing that I found that I enjoy, that I can keep doing over and over and over again and show up every single day, every single week, and keep doing it until maybe that changes someday. And to kind of hedge against that, I'm doing other things such as reacting to this YouTube video, right? Like, I have thought ahead on this, and, like, I have taken a more business-esque approach with it. And I think some creators don't do that. Like, if you're a travel creator, you are just by nature going to have more overhead. Therefore, you either need to have an insane amount of views, an insane amount of brand deals, or another way that you can monetarily rely on being able to keep that steamboat rolling. Versus for me, like, if I really wanted to, I could dump no money into this. I could go live for 3 hours, sit down, edit those 3 hours into one video, send out the video, boom, I make money off of it, right? If anything, I've just overcomplicated. Like, I wanted to hire in people so that this is the only thing I can focus on, and I can focus on maybe doing other things like reacting to videos, right? To me, like, that's so different. The overhead that I have to deal with is so much different than those travel creators. So much different than the people who are, like, lifestyle creators, right? Where they have to, like, pay for all those things. And that's kind of why I like this live stream thing, is there's so many versions of this that is just inexpensive, and you can just do the same thing. So I think that's probably my first note on this, is, like, it's all case dependent. And I think a lot of this stuff doesn't really apply to me, right? I think the other part to this that I want to bring up is the platform you focus on will make or break the success. I truly believe that. And also your strategy that you're going to depend on. Like, I had no clue that the ad revenue was going to be as good as it was, but I knew that it was going to be good enough based off the length of the videos to where I could get to a point where it makes sense for me to, like, hire out editors, or even if I was just doing it myself, I could keep a consistency that I'm happy with that either supplements my bills or completely pays them. Like, I think a lot of creators don't think about that. They're just like, oh, glamorous travel influencer, I want to do that. It's like, that's hard. Becoming a travel influencer on TikTok is so much harder than what I'm doing. And this is hard. I think that's something to think about. Like, for any creators watching this who maybe want to take it full time, I would say don't rush it. and really think about your strategy. I think relying on brands is one of the most dog shit things that you can do. Not that there isn't money there, but that's just not. I personally do not want to be reliant on somebody who at all times is just thinking, how the fuck can I undercut this person that doesn't have as much leverage as me? To me, it makes sense to, where's that graph actually? Let me pull it up. That graph that she showed, showing like the brand deal numbers. Was it here? It was like somewhere around here, bro. I want to find this thing just because I think it's really important. Oh, here it is. So like this graph right here, I think if you want to be a successful creator, you have to figure out how to make money in all of these smaller categories. Like for me, it's AdSense, it's ad share. That's why I can thrive, is because I've figured out how to consistently make money from this one and not have to depend on the brand deals. I think affiliate links is a good one as well. You know, affiliate links are a great way to make money off of being an influencer, quote unquote, telling people like, hey, if you need a dress, buy this dress. It's actually, I think, to be honest, y'all, the only like affiliate content that I watch is this guy who tries out advertisements that he sees, orders the product, and then lets you know if you should buy that product. I think that's so smart, and that's so important in this day and age where people are just willing to shill the most shitty TikTok shop products that they've ever seen in their entire lives, and they don't care because they make money off of it. I think there's a huge opportunity for people who are willing to try the product and give their actual feedback on it, and only link the products that they think are actually worth buying. Like, I think that's a way that you could like be successful with affiliate links. You know, people just don't want to take that extra time to like find a way to make the money here, 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 and here. They just want to tap into the brand deal. They just want to work with the brands who low-key could give a shit whether they lived or died. Like, that's how I look at brands, unfortunately. Sorry if you're a brand looking to sponsor me. I'm sure my agent would hate to hear me say this. Like, if you're a brand, you don't care about me. You just care about using me for my platform. Me personally, I don't want to rely on that income. I don't think anybody should. I think that's a terrible way, unless you're a big creator with leverage and you can say no to any brand deal because you got them coming in left and right. I don't think you should be relying on that shit. I think courses are okay if you actually have something important to teach. What I will say is I think expensive courses are fucking stupid. Just open up like a school program and charge like $5 to $10 a month. I think Patreon is good. I actually don't recommend starting your own brand, low-key. I think that's dumb. Yeah, I think that's where I would recommend and try to push creators. And I also think like if you're trying to become a creator, don't even fuck around with TikTok. Me personally, I think it's a gigantic waste of time. Don't even fuck around with TikTok. Don't even fuck around with Instagram. If you want to become a full-time creator, your number one priority is YouTube and Spotify. That's it. Why is Twitch so dead? Because I'm reacting to a story. That's there. Or excuse me, reacting to a video. Low-key, YouTube been holding down the fort. Shout out YouTube. Y'all are goated. Hanging around. I thought it'd be the other way around. Maybe I give YouTube too much flack, bro. Oh, right, I forgot all about the TikTok ban since I'm not American. Yeah. That was just such bullshit. I think that was just marketing, me personally. Okay, let's watch her final thoughts.
Are so far out of their minds, try it for a day.
Okay, final thoughts. So as much fun as it is to see the influencer space crash and burn, I do still think it's sad because it hits the middle-class influencers the most. And these are the people often doing it part-time to help supplement their income or pay off debt or just get ahead a little bit. Like I said, it's not the big creators getting affected by this. They're still gonna buy their luxury products and get their big brand deals, and everyone else deals with the pay cuts. With that, I do still think social media is a great job and there is money to be made. There's just not as much money in it as there there used to be. I also think it's a really good opportunity for people doing it part-time, because when you're not relying on it to pay your bills, there's a lot of pressure taken off. But it was
true. I agree with that. I think anybody who's trying to do social media, you should have at least a part-time job supplementing it.
It's about time that the recession did hit the influencers, because it's hitting everything. So the industry isn't dying. I think it just might evolve from this. You know, everyone will recover eventually, right? That is all I have for you today. Thank you so much for making it to the end. Please subscribe if you haven't.
Yeah, I think she's cooking there. I think if anything, this is like everything, right? When something happens, there just has to be a pivot. They're just like, I think the pivot should be, we should encourage less people to become TikTokers. I think there needs to be more discussion in the creator space about how fucking toxic Meta is, how fucking toxic TikTok is. Those short form platforms, they bank on you being like, oh, well, it's fine that they don't pay me and they make billions off of our content because they give me an opportunity. Like, I think we as creators, and I know you guys in my chat are not creators, but I think creators should be more mad. They should be more mad that Instagram has been dragging their feet for 4 years, 5 years almost at this point, to figure out a monetization program that makes sense. For TikTok, not only having a really bad monetization program, but then not giving creators support when they're having issues with their monetization program or with their platform in general. I think people just need to be more annoyed, but I also think A, that's a small number of people, and B, those platforms have the leverage. They're just, the creators don't have the leverage in those instances. Do you think Instagram/Facebook is better to use instead of TikTok? I put them all on the same level. I think Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok are all equally shitty. They could care less if you lived or died, as long as your content is on their platform that they can make ad dollars off of. They do not care. Create your own platform? Not that, but I definitely recommend like collecting an email. Like, I don't even do that, but I should be collecting an email list. Maybe ripping a Patreon. Something like that. Rare YouTube W. That's true. Shrek for life. I don't care about this video you're reacting to, so I'm listening while doing stuff. Hey, that's perfectly fine, Destiny Kitten. I just wanted to react to it because I thought it was interesting. I think there's a recession coming. And if they're making videos about how it's affecting influencers, like, it's around the corner, bro. It is around the corner. But like she said, I think it's just going to hurt middle class and lower class people, bro. It's not going to affect the influencers who make, you know, bajillions of dollars. It's just going to affect the common people. Like, I'm kind of expecting if there's a recession, my AdSense revenue is going to go down because there's just going to be less advertisers, you know? Don't get me wrong, I'll figure it out. I always do, but I'm like not scared, but I'm just kind of like hesitantly waiting for that to happen. Damn, so many people live right now, chat, but none of my friends. You know what? Bland's live. Let's raid Bland, chat. Alrighty, y'all. Ooh, Bland's playing some Pokemon. All right. Okay, chat. I got to get ripping and rocking, but hop in this raid. We'll say hi to my friend Bland. I will see you guys in, I think I'm going to stream tomorrow. Twitch.tv/BySarby or YouTube.com. If you guys are on the YouTube, make sure to like up the stream before you leave. Appreciate YouTube for hanging around. Twitch, get your shit together. By the way, guys, oh, wait. You know what? There could be a possibility I don't stream tomorrow. I forgot. My parents are coming in town this weekend. I want to do a long stream, maybe Sunday, where I read Reddit and then we play Subnautica. I really want to knock out a lot of this Subnautica playthrough and hopefully get closer to the end. Alrighty, guys. See you next stream. Goodbye. Go.